on a different audio. Where have we?
Here before?
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to be.
With the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 4. It is day 4 of competition day and it's going to be a really exciting one as always. Of course, joining me is going to be the Mustachio, AJ and Choo Choo's second day. We had a lot of fun with you yesterday, Choo Choo, and we think today is going to be even better.
Yeah, hopefully for that, because I can't wait to see when it comes back to the classical Bermuda and Kalahari, not calamari. Thanks, AJ, for bringing us to day number 1. Now I cannot unheard of it. So calamari it is. AJ, how are you feeling today?
I am feeling a little bit more excited for teams like Axis Esports, who were able to show up strong. I'm feeling excited for teams like Expand, who absolutely love to play on Bermuda as well as Kalahari. And, you know, we saw them go through a couple of days of struggle because it was back-to-back, just torture at Purgatory as well as Alpine, right? So I'm sure just not me, but a lot of the teams out there will feel a little bit more comfortable out there on the battlefield today.
Yeah, they'll be comfortable. They'll be feeling that fire in their belly as well, right? Because you have the leader, AB Radicals. That's the team to chase. And yes. I'm not sure about you guys, but do you think it's probably easier to be in a position where you're chasing somebody rather than having to create that gap between you and the competition?
I think it's harder in the case of AV Radicals, honestly, because you have to play a different ball game entirely just to make sure that you are not you are untouchable at this point, right?
Yeah.
So you cannot even slack off, and you have sort of this high standard live up to. And imagine like if you're really laid back for a bit, and then people start to like, why are they doing this? They are AV Radicals. They have to live up their statue.
Yeah.
Then, you know, the others like, okay, this is our target. But if you are the target, then you have to think of something else really quickly.
Yeah. But, you know, I think the focus should really be for teams like AV Radicals, who really set themselves apart from the rest of the competition so early, to now change their strategy instead of just focusing on picking up more points, which isn't going to give you any bonus amount of money whatsoever, is to start utilizing this opportunity where you're dominating at the very top to play a little bit of extra strats, to practice a couple of maneuvers out there on the battlefield, try to hot drop very specific teams, big teams, and see what are your chances going to be. Because down at the grand finals, there will be many situations which you might not expect. So now that AB Radicals have managed to, they weren't blessed with this. Now that they've managed to earn such a dominating position up on top on the leaderboard, they now have that flexibility of going out and taking a few risks, which the other teams obviously cannot afford. Once they see themselves, you know, being caught up by some of these other teams, then of course they can go back to their winning ways, go back to their hard-hitting ways. But for the time being, I think they need to switch it up to just purely see how they can get cheeky out there on the battlefield. In fact, not just them, Farang, Expand, Axis Esports, you really got to start testing out all of those strategies, because I do feel like some of the teams out there are still hiding away a couple of their strats. They don't want to go ape on the other teams just yet. They're waiting for the grand finals, and that's going to be the biggest problem here.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, as viewers, we kind of want to see the cheeky plays happen anyway, right? Because it's something new, it's different, and of course for the players, as you said, AJ, it's probably the perfect time to practice. If anything, don't do it in the grand final. No. If you want to, you can, but very risky, you know, you gotta do it then.
This is the middle of a league anyway. If you want to do some experimentals, some sort of stuff that you haven't been pulled on before, you want to try it out, this is the time for the teams that are actually in the top tier team. We're talking about the top 5. But those actually in the bottom, right now, they don't have the luxury to do that. Especially when we talked about the teams like ORV, even like, who else? ANSI is kind of doing okay for now.
I'd say Orange even, right? Orange is sort of in dire straits right now.
It's okay, they're building up, but I'm more concerned about ORV. Bloody Head example, who would have thought they're not really working out quite well when it comes to this week. And even Anxiety in this case. And definitely also one more team that we do know there's no escape for them is No Escape Revolt. So these teams should really focus on second week to really revise what really they made mistakes previously. And this is time for them to push themselves up, because the top tier teams will actually take within this time to just experiment on some stuff. But at the same time, today is going to be the last day before they reshuffle the groups. So I think for the groups, especially Group C, I think some of them will be relieved because, example, Orange Esports, you know what? I get to get away from these guys after this, you know?
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at our tournament format for today and see what maps are going to be featured. And I think for anyone that did tune into yesterday, you're going to be very familiar that we do a swap-a-route every single day. So it's either going to be Purgatory and Alpine, or in today's case, Bermuda and Kalahari. And we are going to be alternating between Bermuda and Kalahari. We're not going to have any doubles today. We did have a double round of Purgatory yesterday. Yesterday was a bit of an exception though, and the schedule in the future will change. But as you can see, it's going to be a lot of Group C action, as they are going to be hogging 4 of the games today. And you can say the same thing here with Group B. Group A, they're kind of having fun today. It's not so bad. But guys, I know we're looking forward to this because we know that already AV Radicals, they dominated the first 2 maps. The question here is it going to be the same for Bermuda and Kalahari? We know that this is a very aggressive team, but it seems like everyone else has been able to put up a better fight on these 2 maps.
Yeah, so we found out very clearly that over the course of seeing them perform on Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory, as well as Alpine, some teams perform on very specific maps. There just hasn't been any evident team out there that can dominate each and every single map just yet. But before we move on into that conversation, tournament format, point system, as usual, you hit that booyah, you pull away 12 points, 9 points for that second spot, you duck away 1 point for each and every single rank lower than that you get, all the way down to the 11th and 12th spot where you get absolutely nothing. But a good way to secure your position on the leaderboard and continuously climb up is through your performance when it comes to the mechanical skills. Are you able to survive out there in the battlefield, and more importantly, take kill points? Because for every single time you kill a player on the battlefield, you get yourself 1 point.
Yeah, that's assuming your kills don't get stolen as well, because it doesn't matter how much damage you do, if you don't get that killing blow. We've seen time and time again, teams just trying so desperately to grab the kills, and all of a sudden it just gets swiped right from under them. And that really hurts as well, because especially for the middle running teams and even the bottom teams, every kill for them is so important. Now, speaking of teams, here are our groupings, and this is going to be the final time that we see these groups, because next week is going to be a whole new beast. So Group A, we have SAF, Sem9, Geek Firm, Icon, Anxiety, and Todak. For Group B, it's NC Esports, ORV X-Men, Axis Esports, Hard to Get, Farang, and No Escape Revolt. And lastly, for Group C, it's Orange Esports, Bloody Head, Pandu EWG, Expand, AV Radicals, and Blacklist International. The monster group being that Group C, as we have seen.
So leading the conversation back to where we were going earlier on as to who we can expect to perform out there on the battlefield. When you look at Bermuda, obviously, we've got our eyes on a very few teams. In fact, 5 teams. You know, you've got AV Radicals who popped off on day number 1. They secured the most number of points on Bermuda, hitting 46, and 29 of those points came just purely through kills. And you've got right behind them teams like Anxiety as well as Expand. Axis Esports performed phenomenally as well. But the one team that stood out by performing decently on both maps was actually Expand. 38 on Bermuda and 54 on Kalahari. So they are very excited today. But unfortunately for Expand, we only only get to see 3 of those Kalahari maps played because we only have 7 rounds today, Danny.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing, especially for a team that is so reliant on Kalahari to be that makeup map. But as we can see, this is the league stage prize pool. First place is going to take 2,000. But the teams, they're working for a little bit of money here. But most importantly, it's not just this prize pool; it's top 12. If you make it to top 12, you will proceed to the grand finals. That's going to be happening next month, and that's where the big prize pool is. So yeah, this is a kind of a bonus for everybody, but most importantly, we have to look at that top 12. And I think starting from today, we're going to have to look at that race down for that top 12 spot, because I think it's actually really close, especially down there. I think the gap between the teams can be anywhere between 5 to 10 points, which for them, some people would say, oh, that's not very big, but you have to consider as well, it's quite difficult for those bottom teams to get points to begin with.
And that's exactly why we... Sorry, go on, Chuchu.
No, it's okay. We saw for the obvious here. Definitely, if you compare how the bottom teams are actually playing, if you compare with the middle bracket and also the top 5 team, definitely is a huge gap between, I don't want to say their mechanical skills, more towards strategy-wise. Like example, we did actually witness about Expand, and even like in this case, Farang is doing better than the first day. And also, definitely AV Radicals, even though they have been quite a first day in the week number 1, but it just shows that they kind of evolve throughout the process. That's what's the best thing about the league about. But the one that actually in the bottom right now, this seems like a bit lost, honestly. It's like they're very hesitant to start any fight. At the same time, they don't know where to go for the next couple of seconds. It's always that problem.
Yeah. Now, before AJ sort of throws his 2% in there, we're going to actually throw our 2 cents to you guys, because later on we are going to be giving away a giveaway code. This is going to be available to everybody. This is only time limited, not quantity limited. And every time somebody claims this code, you're going to be getting 2 Winterland weapon loot crates. So make sure you claim it before the end of the stream, because when the stream ends, there's a very high probability that the code is going to expire. So do claim it while you still can. And please, share it to your friends, your family, anyone that can play Free Fire, because at the end of the day, this is free stuff. Anyone can claim this. There is no prerequisites to claiming the code. But if you watch the stream, we appreciate that as well. Now, I'm sorry, AJ, to cut you off there, but I do believe you wanted to say something.
I totally forgot what I wanted to say.
Gone.
That's just exactly how my brain works, you know. It's got something that it wants to say. When it doesn't say it immediately, it just goes... fizzles
It's like, it reminds me of a genie. You know, it's like you're running the lamp and it's like, oh, the genie's going to come out. It's like, you stop. Oh,
you know,
okay.
But one of the things that I did want to touch on was the fact that, you know, once again, if you're from Malaysia, you pick up that number 1 spot just in the league stage. That's close to 10,000 ringgit already, all thanks to the ringgit dropping a little bit more in value and the USD strengthening up just a little bit more. Right? And that's close to 100,000 pesos. So... And we only have Malaysia and Philippines in the competition right now for MCPS. So that's a lot of money on the line just at the league stage alone, before even making it to the grand finals, where a majority of the prize pool is actually waiting for them. So, you know, there's a lot of motivation for the teams to really do well. So even though AV Radicals can get cheeky, can get experimental out there on the battlefield, to a certain degree, they still want to defend the little bit of interest that they have in that prize pool as well, right? That $2,000 is going to kind of bring them quite the long way to upgrade exactly whatever setups that they do have to dominate the world of esports a little bit more. Although mobile gaming doesn't really cost you all that too much, having a better device, having a higher end device does take you quite the distance.
Yeah, having those little gadgets, it helps in every regard. But it looks like we're going to be able to jump into our first game of the day, folks. It's Bermuda. It's Group A and B. We'll have to see what's going to happen, folks. I'm going to pass it over to AJ and Chuchu. Take it away for our first game of the day.
Thank you
so much,
very much.
Yeah, but AJ, we talked about A versus B, right? This is where the moment that B group really try grinding so hard to get themselves that points they really need to go, because we do know when it comes to B and C, it's going to be a bit hard. But for Group B, especially for the side of Farang, for the side of NC, this that you mentioned earlier, this is their time to get their numbers up when it comes to overall rankings.
Oh yeah, I mean, for me, you know, all of the other teams, some people who are watching would be interested to know who does the best in the day, who can outdo each other. But I don't care about them outdoing each other. I want them to outdo themselves. I want to see a little bit of improvement compared to day number 1, where we saw these teams drop into Bermuda. And the more important thing to see would be exactly who takes these hot drops, because on day 4, that's exactly how you identify who are the amateurs in the competition and who are the actual pro teams who avoid everybody else. Because one of the biggest, baddest things that you can do out there in the battlefield is, yes, take a hot drop against someone else, but one of the smarter things that you can do is to avoid all of those initial engagements and just focus on your looting game, so that when you do get into an engagement, you can be as strong as you want to be.
Yeah, not that strong so far for some teams. In this case, I have to say, even though Icons, never mind, NC first, taking a fight against head-to-head with another team here, ORV again. I'm not surprised this is happening coming up from ORV. They're pretty much like Icons, taking a couple of skirmishes quite early on. If they don't have enough building up their loot yet, but it's enough for them to get themselves a couple of eliminations early. ORV seems like they're having a good run against NC, but Alstar finish off shot straight away. But at the same time, SAF is going against Access. But we're looking over NC. Seems like they're going to go for this engagement right now. SAF versus Access. It's going to be a bit of a trade between these two teams.
Oh, this is a huge blow to Axis. SAF actually winning out this gunfight. 2 players left on the side of Axis, but Raph is still standing up strong. Can he turn things around? No, he gets taken down. Things might just be all over. Hawkeye has an eye on the final player. Manages to catch him as well, but Vegeta with the double barrel in hand. Hawkeye has got the SMG and manages to get taken down, but Axis Esports from afar has McRory put that final bullet into the chest of the guy from Axis. And that is a GG, not a well-played round at all. Axis Esports bombs out at the very start of the day. One of the stronger teams to anticipate out there on Bermuda has been snuffed out from the get-go. So bad performance from Axis, but supreme from the side of the Supreme Assault Forces.
It's really unfortunate, more to that side, if you ask me right now. Back to the side of a team that actually just won themselves. Yes, they can kind of get their small victory for now for SAF, but I'm not sure for how long, because Anxiety is definitely the one that actually chasing for the hop drop spot, so they're not really that far either. Same goes for Icons, Ranka to Listewa. So I have a feeling that they might bump into each other, especially coming up from Anxiety. They got themselves really good loot. Now, where would they go? Would it be SAF side, or would it be going towards a bit of the southern part, which they can actually try to have a fight for a bit? Because Icons, I'm surprised they didn't start a couple of fights in early on, because they're always one of the few teams that really love early skirmishes, but never, like I mentioned yesterday, never the last one to survive. And sort of Anxiety, Chessmen, seems like they're leaving Graveyard. This is where they start to go hunt, because this is where they really need, today is the day they really need to bump themselves out when it comes to overall scoreboard, overall rankings. And if they swap over later, and that happens to be Group B players or Group B teams happen to share for the next week's group with the Group C, that's going to be really difficult for them to actually have a bit of a stepping stone for the later version of the league itself.
It seems like the action has died down. All the cheeky teams, cheeky players, and the cheeky hot drops have found its end as ORV manages to disengage and run away as far away as possible from the players of NC, as well as bring the players right back into the match. And of course, SAF, we just saw them absolutely annihilate the players of Axis Esports. So things are going to be quite slow until that first circle pushes everybody in together once again, like a whole big group gathering. It's like when old boys get together once again, everybody's old, but you guys used to know each other from when you were standard 1, standard 2.
But they don't have
memories.
Barbecue in this one. That's
no barbecue.
Yeah, no barbecue.
No
barbecue,
but they'll light something up on the battlefield, potentially the other teams.
There will be a lot of glue walls, definitely. I'm not sure how that barbecue can relate to the glue walls, but I think for now, NC actually, after they sign up under a new org here, coming up from Freedom Cheese before, they're doing really great. So I think that kind of boosts a bit of their confidence, and also when it comes to their motivation, feels like they have a bit of a drive right now, really wanting to prove to the org that they're well deserving to be sponsored. But back to the side of Toad. Now,
That's
this
sad,
is
though.
Why?
For you to struggle to prove to the org that you deserve to be sponsored.
You have to. I mean, like, you don't know how long you will last in the org, but you need to prove, like, we won't let you feel disappointed in us,
Yeah.
Feels that way.
Yeah, thank you for believing in us. We'll now
Yeah.
prove ourselves. But, not a lot being proven out there just yet. I mean, NC did manage to find a little bit of a slight improvement, I have to say, from week 1 into week 2, where they've climbed
baby
up
steps.
one spot. But you are correct. Baby steps, You can't expect that baby to start jumping and hopping and skipping and running.
That would be really incredible if that happens. I mean, like,
So it's still
one day maybe your junior.
baru je bangun,
Maybe, I mean, like, your junior. If your junior can actually do that one day, I'm like, I'll be surprised, man. Really.
No mustachio junior lah. No.
Maybe.
One of
I
me
don't
is
know.
enough in the world.
Oh, you're too special to have your clone to be produced again. But
The only one that can outdo me is my clone, and I will not allow that to happen. Toda and the players of No Escape Revolt, and I don't think there's any escaping Toda. Toda is one of those teams that really know how to hit hard, but Bermuda on week 1, 15 points in total. They had a horrible start.
I mean, like, Toda used to be one of the most fearsome team, but right now they're sort of in a sloop right now, not really getting their back. Their full potential. Yeah, but seems like a bit of a trade, but Toda lags.
Talking about.
We only
Bye-bye,
sacked.
Zach.
Oh, man. What happened, Toda?
Yeah.
We expected them to do better at this rate.
They're better when it comes to, like the watery areas, Purgatory maybe, Alpha, sejuk-sejuk sikit maybe tak boleh lah. Bermuda hilly area, very, very little water on this map. So we understand those fishes kind of like not surviving this land. But Sem9 on the other hand, Icon right in front of them getting annihilated. Man, as well as his partner, Captain, manages to barricade themselves inside of this house. But Fikri from afar manages to shut down Cap. Icon's 4 eyes gets grenaded out of this round. One final player on the side of Icon still surviving, Man. But Fikri moves on through to shut him out of the equation. Can he take him out with a Mag 7? The answer is going to be yes. Once they take out these glue walls, Orin finds the final guy. Sem9, 6 kills so early on. And NC once again catches up with ORV.
Yeah. 2 of them knocked down for now. ORV seems like having a good run today, even though they are quite in the bottom down there when it comes to standings earlier today. But Flanks here trying to slow push towards the side of NC. Coming in, chugging into the zone for a bit just because he needs to get a bit more space to just advance forward. On the side of Flank, here comes the front line, reach over to the side of NC. Funan coming up from the flank side, going towards where the vehicles are, but found out, oh, Dino, Zach's trying to run away. You can run, but you can't hide. Back to the side of Flank. That's going to be double kill. NC feels like, not really proving too much for the Ogs right now.
And it's a very big struggle. It's a little sad, but it's a struggle.
It's a nice try, valiant effort, I have to say.
I don't know. I mean, if you're already struggling in the competition, I would just recommend you to just avoid all gunfights, drop into one of those safer spots, and try to get into the final circle. Guarantee yourselves points instead of going in for a couple of ego challenges. Walaupun ORV and, struggle sometimes out there on the battlefield, you also have to understand that their performance out there on the battlefield of Bermuda has been quite strong in comparison to some of the weaker teams on Bermuda. And you look at NC, they picked up 10 points lesser than ORV. They could barely pick up any kills. They could barely pick up a lot of placement points for themselves. So you really have to respect your opponents. Even though they are ones that are at the bottom of the leaderboard with you, doesn't mean you can overcome them all that too easily, So hot drops, a huge no-no. Hopefully that doesn't happen again in the future matches for NC. They just cannot afford it.
I mean, like, hot drop's supposed to be nearby them at the same time. Like, NC, nice try. I'm looking forward for them to actually surprise us with something today. At least I give them a bit of a tiny hope, give myself a bit of a tiny hope back to the side of SAF. Now, at the moment I want to compliment, but then they're being shot down straight away coming up. This is going to be Farang. We do know how fearsome Farang is when it comes to their firepower, when it comes to their strategy, the units and moving up, coming on with the team comps is just incredible for this week. And Jambal just trying to get out from here, trying to find an SAF. McRory coming in, Yado coming up from behind, quite far off, but too bad. On the ground, Spade just gonna tap it out, getting one more. A bit of a trade between these two teams. SAF, Yado and Hawkeye left, but can they actually try to save the circumstances they're actually in? And Spade is still having more men for the side of Farang. It's gonna be 3v2, but is this best for the side of SAF to go for this engagement, just to go for the revival later and not pushing it too hard?
And you gotta love Garena for doing this, right? Removing the kill feed. So you don't know who you're shooting at. You don't know who's shooting at you. You're just barging your way through, trying to figure out with their tactics and gunfights and mechanical capability whether or not you want to take that engagement. So that's exactly why I respect Hawkeye. But as I was about to say that, the guy stops halfway through, tries to look behind, and he is the sacrificial lamb. Hawkeye is the one who's going to be buying Yadop more time, where Yadop's duty here is to run away as quickly as possible, get to one of those revive points, and thankfully hard to get chips in as well, knocking Spade down onto the ground. And therefore, the players of Farang are going to be distracted just a little bit by hard to get, who are trying to get those long range engagements. And it looks like SAF will survive, at least for the time being.
We don't know if they're being engaged and ambushed by another team for SAF. That's going to be a different story completely. On the side of Hard to Get, they're going to take the advantage here. They had the gunshot earlier and definitely going to be the third party coming in, but it's a bit too late since already disengaged towards Hawkeye, who's still surviving. Yado is running around the corners just to find himself a revival platform, which is so hard to land himself with. But Batman moving forward. Here comes the advancement of Hard to Get. Will be a failed attempt for the flush, will be a successful one. It's all down to whoever coming up from the flank side. Speed, try to guard on the side of the windows, but Ares, it's a bit hard for him to actually climb over the window, isn't it?
Yeah, Farang. It's a 3v3, good Riptide rhythm, and the fantastic follow-up. Jesbu doing that all on his own. SAF, on the other hand, all thankful to the players of Hard to Get, allowing them to escape as SAF manages to bring back two of their players into the matchup. Hard to Get taking the fight to the players of Farang as they pick up their own guy from the battlefield, almost dropping Spade. The timing is good for Yadop as Insane goes down. Farang still has a good hold on this engagement, but they're running out of resources, and therefore they have to disengage. But that decision comes through a little bit too late. Jesbu trying to survive alongside with the circle. He is safe enough to run away, but SAF is in front to welcome Jesbu with open arms. Now it is Let's Go, and it's all in his hands. Can they finish off the players of Farang? Farang will tease them a little bit earlier on. The answer is gonna be yes, but Let's Go way too close. McRory has got the one and only charge buster in hand, waits for his opportunity. Grenade not to be played, and McRory finally puts that end to this round. ORV on the other hand have got the circle with them. SAF right outside, but Anxiety are on the approach. They hear all of these gunshots and they want a piece of this action.
SAF having a good revenge. Sweet one. Karma hits them back for the side of Farang. But all of his shots on the ground. Funan gonna go forward here. Kanoho coming up from the side. Anxiety is just taking advantage when it comes to today's performance. I'm surprised they're getting to use a very good strategy. But you know what? What we really want to know right now is gonna be, are we back on the screen? Yeah, with Danny posing such a good pose, but
Yes,
you know what? Yeah.
Hi guys. This was all right. So we're just coming from my production.
Explain this photo to us first. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Mommy Danny is back.
That was me like 4 years ago. So a lot's changed. Anyways, mine is the was it? What would you consider the opposite of glow up? Whatever, doesn't matter. Anyways, so for anyone that's very confused, because I know some people tuning in are going to be like, what's going on? Why are we suddenly back onto the casters? So we just got informed by production that we are actually looking at a remake. So clearly something has happened and it's serious enough to warrant a remake. And so for anyone that's watching...
no idea what it is.
Yeah, at this point in time we don't. But consider this... okay, so we just got told that the players are lagging really, really badly. So we're going to be remaking. We're going to make sure everyone gets the exact same experience. We don't want people to have a tactical advantage because lag is serious, especially when it comes to competitive play. So hopefully we get that sorted out. We are still going to stay on Bermuda. We're still going to stay with teams in Group A and B. But, okay, here's the thing, guys. So we kind of get an insight as to how these teams are playing for that first round. I know it doesn't count, but how are you feeling with some of these teams so far?
I mean, like, we saw a couple of teams. You mentioned about NC before, right, AJ? And the fact that NC happened to be there, I mean, like, NC always drop around the side of certain area, like, specifically, where they were, Freedom Cheesy before, I have to remember this, around Mars Electric, right? But at the same time, sometimes you can't control the hotspot. At the same time, there are some teams just happen to just follow the hotspot all the way, and it happens to be, like, clashing towards them. And for the teams like ORV, even though they won that fight just now, the only thing that kind of lacking in terms of ORV, they're really good when it comes to fights in CQC, but it's just during the transitioning of the process towards get into the center of the safe zone or the circle, it's just a bit hard for them sometimes. That's it.
ORV must be like the happiest team in the world now to hear Chuchu say they are great at CQC. They get obliterated a lot out there on the battlefield, but I'll tell you exactly who's going to be happy as well. Alongside ORV, Axis Esports. They started off the day, they were excited, took a hot drop, got annihilated, and now they're like, ha! You see, if there was no lag, we could have fought back. Okay, like, good luck. You know, Axis Esports, they have yet another opportunity. So for the ones that got taken down a little bit too early in round number 1, Farang like, bro, lag. We gotta redo this. Okay, let's go. You know, and yes, a couple of the players were lagging. I thought it was the feed that was lagging earlier on.
Yeah.
But thankfully, it is going to be something that is not going to be affecting the players all that too much. There are some of these technical issues sometimes when we set up some of these custom lobbies. We will try to avoid that in the next matchup in itself. But it's going to be a fair, equal playing ground for everybody out there on the battlefield. That's what I'm happy about, right? Everybody's going to stand a good chance. But for some of the teams that took the hot drop, this is like, you know, like, someone rewound the time and said, now what's your decision? If they take that hot drop one more time, I tell you.
It's a sign. I think this was a sign. Clear sign for some of these teams.
But I know also it's a sign for us to remind our viewers that we actually have a skin event going on, Danny.
Yes, we do have a skin event going on. So for anyone that was watching the game, you're probably thinking like, hang on, something's not right here. Everyone's wearing the exact same cosmetics.
Yeah.
The exact same stuff. Choo-Choo. Okay, hang on. First, before I go on to this, Choo-Choo, are you cosplaying again? I swear to goodness, this woman is into cosplay while she's actually broadcasting.
The only thing that I have in my wardrobe today.
It's just regular tudung and baju.
I think the color theme is there. It's still dark. All of it's dark, and the entire outfit. Okay, for anyone that's wondering, so the outfit that we're currently showcasing on the players on the stream today is actually the Shadowthorn Hitman skin. Now, this is a special skin because after today, this skin is not going to be available anymore. You have to get it today, otherwise, poof, gone, never again. Well, chances are you might never see the skin again. So it's very rare. It's a very exclusive skin. So we do recommend if you want to get it, today is the day. If you miss it today, you better hope there's some other skin out there in the future that is worth 10 times more what this skin is, because I'm going to be completely honest, I love the look of it. It's very unique. It's very standoutish. It makes you look so, so cool when you're slaying out on the battlefield.
I do agree. And if you do not get that reload target down draw, you're not going to be able to get this awesome Shadowthorn Hitman skin. And I mean... You guys have seen it already. Like, if you still don't want it, if you don't have the diamonds, I understand. But if you have the diamonds stashed away, and if you're wondering what do you need to spend it on, it has to be this draw. I know I've gotten my skin already. Have you ladies gotten it for yourselves?
Have I got it yet? I don't have enough diamonds. I tried.
I feel bad. See, unfortunately, I'm not that kind. I can't share my diamonds with you, Danny.
No.
If I could,
no.
I might.
You can, if you could, you won't.
I mean, you could roll on my behalf. So you can, when you roll, you're thinking of me, but that's about it. That's probably that's a moral support, you know. It's like, I got the skin, but then you change it. It's like, we got the skin, but I'll never be able to wear it.
I don't know. For me, like, the skin's like really good when you want to pick up girls and you happen like carrying some girls and you're like wearing those skins. And then you're talking a sort of a
Juju, I
macho
don't
way.
walk around wearing that skin as a cosplay, Juju.
I mean, like, not in real life, in the game.
I need to question.
So susah lah, Juju.
I need to question this woman. Aren't you married, lady?
But I mean, like, this is actually a good idea. Like, if you guys didn't actually get the skin by today, you can just get the skin by cosplaying the day after tomorrow. So it's gonna be Monday. You go and cosplay it. Like,
Don't listen to Chuchu, just get the skin. Okay?
Just get the
the skin. There's nothing better than the skin. You cosplay as the skin. At the very least, you need to have the skin in the game first before you cosplay the skin. I mean, that's the decent way to do that. All right? That's the decent way to cosplay a character.
in the
You gotta
future,
have the skin first.
if you saw somebody cosplay their skin, you do definitely know that they don't actually have the real actual game skin. That's why they're cosplaying it, you know?
Okay, hang on. So if you're saying like if someone should be cosplaying as the skin,
Yeah.
shouldn't you be able to afford the skin if you could make the cosplay? Because cosplay's not cheap. Cosplay is ridiculously expensive. You know, it's fine. We're gonna see some more action. The remake is done. We're gonna see some more of the Shadowthorn Hitman skin in action anyway. So Choo-Choo, AJ, take it away for our remake game 1 for Group A and B.
Thank you, Danny. But right now, seems like there's a bit of a void coming up from some teams. Finally, we'll get back into the game. Feels like a lot of teams avoiding some fights, but hard to get. They definitely not happy. They had a good run previously, and right now suddenly they bumping heads towards Gig Fam. Haziz just gonna spray this one out, and it's not really great for Jay-Z. Oh, close to being down, but the time to the saving for a bit, but not for long. Oh boy.
Hard to get seems to be facing a little bit of difficulty getting points out there on the battlefield. Earlier on, they stuck their noses exactly where it didn't belong. This time, they just become sacrificial lambs. But it actually happens again! SAF alongside Axis Esports. Round 2, fight!
Oh, let's go. Feels like it's a bit of a good sweet revenge if they want to. If they can actually win this Axis, it will be a really tremendous victory for them. But at the same time, it's like if things got wonky again for the side of Axis, they definitely will regret this second decision. They got themselves a second chance here. They have to use it wisely. But McRory feels a bit paranoid after what happened previous match.
I mean, he did pretty well. He took the fight straight up. He was the distractor. Oi, oi, oi.
Ref.
Big one. Tags up just a little bit.
Oh,
But
boy.
second hit, McRory disengages, repositions. Fantastic action to react to the one and only Raf 666, who's just a little too accurate out there on the battlefield. Let's go on the other hand. We'll just put on a little bit more pressure on them. Neptune flies straight in front of Yadob just to respond, but it's a pincer maneuver as Neptune gets taken down. McRory with the backstab. Shayad, time turner, timely one as he pulls it out. McRory this time gets down. Shayad, Axis Esports have lost 2, and the players of SAF have lost 2. This looks very, very, very similar to that round number 1 as well.
But at the same time, it's only McRory left out. But for the side of Axis, it's not too shabby if you compare with the previous one. Hawkeye coming up from the flank side, try to finish off Neptune, or maybe just try to revive his mate here. Let's go on the other end, trying to just make sure he saw somebody's running over the other side. But I'm not sure he actually noticed that. Raf's still alive, and this is a bit of a problem if you leave Raf alive. The side of SAF, they lost McRory. That's going to be a bit of pain for them because McRory is really crucial when it comes to this lineup. But they're playing this a bit slower, a bit safer than the previous one, AJ.
Let's see. I mean, I'm happy they're playing it a little bit slower. Rush in and you rush into your deaths. But the players of SAF now, it's a 3v2. They've got the game of numbers against players of Axis Esports. Shayad and Raf. Raf holding on to that high ground advantage. One grenade popped out, but Hawkeye misses by a mile. Shayad's just waiting patiently. Has got the guns on him. M1887, I believe, as well. Double barrel. Hawkeye will have both eyes taken out of his head if he steps a little bit too close. That shotgun will hurt. Let's go on the other hand. Just keeping an eye on his brother from afar. This is that backup maneuver. But Hawkeye wastes yet another grenade. Brother, you gotta save those.
Oh, the grenade is not the one that you try to push it too much. They might running out their resources. Yeah, Shai is still patiently waiting. Raf just gonna move forward, open up the space for the rest of the team. Really close to Hawkeye. Playing around the containers and around the corners here. They might bump just one more corner left. Raf is waiting for them to pop out first. Here comes Raf. He got it. Oh, what a nice glue wall just now. Straight away, Raf was spotted out and he's walking straight into a trap there. Let's go now, starting on double round. We go. Second round, you're dope on the ground. Raf trying to find one more. Oh, trying to start with the glue wall. Raf is just trying to find somebody on top. What a nice view up here by Yado. Trying to do a bit of a damage control. Hawkeye still on the ground, and Raf trying to finish off what's left of him to actually carry out the entire team. The last member of Axis hanging on the last thread here, really playing it thin.
Yeah, smart play by Raf here, holding on to a 1v3 situation and still surviving. In fact, making the players of SAF scramble for their dear lives. But time is about to catch up with him. And second time in a row, although the first time didn't count, Axis Esports proves that they do not know how to learn from a tough lesson.
I agree. Feels like a deja vu there, even though it's a different compound in time.
Painful deja vu.
Yeah, it feels like, you know what, we should have learned by a first mistake. Feels like they're doing the same thing over and over again.
It's that facepalm moment, you know? Like,
it's like,
lang kau?
yeah, I mean, like, nice try, valiant effort, but
not a nice try, not a valiant effort. I'm terribly upset with Axis Esports.
Hey,
I mean,
at least
like you got a second chance there, you know?
At least it lasts longer than the first one. That's something. I mean, like, that's still progress, right?
Wait, that's like rubbing salt in the wound, lah. Chuchu. Like, okay, they lasted 5 seconds longer.
Yeah, at least, yeah, you did. Which it makes like, yeah, you did better than the last one. Not too shabby, huh? Back towards the side of ORV now. ORV, they got themselves a second chance as well. Same goes for Hard to Get. Really had a good run previously. And right now, they sort of struggle a bit at first, but they kind of get themselves in a better space, better place. Same goes for Farang. Now, Farang, who they eye out for? Is it going to be Icon first, or will it be Hard to Get? Because it's their choice. I think, like, if they actually go either one, they might actually win this.
They might just do exactly that, but, you know, the gods of RNG, of Battle Royales will, as usual, have something to say about people's plans. You can plan as much as you want. You just don't know who you're gonna, you know, have to anticipate out there on the battlefield. Unless, of course, you've done your homework. You know who loves some of those compounds. You know how to circle around those compounds and avoid those big teams. But that's exactly where strategy comes through as well. And RNG, you never know what's on the minds of some of your opponents out there.
Sam9 and Geek. Sam9 and Geek. This is going to be really nostalgic for these guys.
Nostalgic, I don't know, but painful for one of them potentially going to be the issue here. They don't know, you know, they will never know until the end of this match, or at least when they catch up with the live broadcast, which is on a little bit of a delay when they watch it on YouTube or whatsoever. So maybe there'll be a little bit of a boost in confidence if they engage and disengage and survive to play that final circle. But if one of them does manage to snuff out the other, it will be a huge boost in confidence, because it's ego gameplay at the end of the day. Like, you're talking about the current Geek Fam going up against the ex-Geek Fam.
Yeah, it's all about the pride for that fight. Definitely, I want to see that one later on, but they're having sort of having engagement. If you actually compare with No Escape, they're having a take against Anxiety right now. And Anxiety, one of the teams that actually love to have a lot of nomads or going towards a hotspot way more earlier than the others. But this time seems like they're having a bit of a problem to fight against No Escape, but Geek Fam reaching out as a third party. Yeah, I don't feel like this is going to be really good for both teams right now.
Let's see if they can perhaps change something in here, because Geek Fam circles around and away. Clock Tower used to be their drop spot, and then it went over to Sam9's drop spot, but now I guess the OGs want to claim the spot back for themselves. And the one and only RV. Let's see exactly how they do out there on the battlefield against Geek Fam. No Escape. Icon, on the other hand, engaging with the players of Toda. This might just be a little unfortunate for Icon, because the players of Toda have them surrounded, but the game of numbers on the side of Icon, it's a 4v3. Toda might be in trouble. They have to stick together.
As long as Peter is still well and alive, they will actually still have a shot to actually win this. Ice, 4 Ice, and Chill. Just gonna jumping around. Time Turner being popped out, but man, just doing his work quite well as Zach Four eyes. I'm surprised Icon actually won that one. But it's their numbers games anyways. Gig Fam now. Next one is versus gonna be 7-9. Here comes the Battle of the Pride.
Battle of the Pride, and one's already down on the ground already. Oh, yeah. Horrible glue wall exposing the bottom half of his body. That's not efficient at all. But Phoenix pops on out. Time Turner responds. Yasta circles around. It's a 3v1. Goodbye, Phoenix, they say. And they drop him down onto the ground like his heart and Geek Fam. 2 players down, hunting for 2 more.
Oh, here comes. Feels like Geek Fam still doing better at this stage. Back to the side of No Escape, having a bit of a stalemate against Anxiety. Now, Fura just gonna sit behind the couch for a bit more. Definitely, they need a grenade to get this angle. Back towards the circle here. I have a feeling Fire might actually have this in the back. They got himself the safe zone already. Saying good for Icon, but No Escape spinning down on Icon right now. From afar, quite a distance between them. But in the meantime, how can they actually move forward for the side of No Escape? It feels like they have a bit of a leeway, but Fure is actually just going to be the backstabbers later. Now, this going to be the bane coming for No Escape in a couple of more, just a couple of seconds left.
Let's see if RV can kind of disengage here because they're getting tagged up left, right, center as they try to get into the next circle. 40 seconds more before the previous circle starts to move, so they're just being very, very cautious here, taking the initiative to move before that circle pressures them. And I like this from No Escape. They're trying to escape from tough situations a little bit early, and that shows you that this team has learned from their past experiences, unlike Axis Esports.
Oh, wow, that's brutal coming up from you.
I mean, you gotta
hey, they learned something, okay? They learned something. Just dragging it a bit more than usual. I mean, it's still improvement, guys. Come on, we have to give them a bit of moral support.
Tak boleh. Axis, I mean, you are a big brand. You know, I expect a lot from big brands. You got to show who can dominate out there. You cannot be making these kinds of mistakes. And that wasn't an experiment. That was an ego challenge to take the exact same hot drop. So, tak boleh. Anxiety gets snuffed out super early. And it's No Escape that puts in the final nail into that coffin. So they can be a little glad with themselves and their performance so far. No Escape, quite frankly, has been pretty impressive in this round.
I have to say, yes, they actually kind of ramped up quite a bit here. If you compare with the last few days, they definitely really quite in the bottom right now. But feels like they sort of having their secret recipe already brewed up. So I have a feeling coming up a few weeks more, they might actually be in the middle bracket or even the top 5 if they really put their minds into it. On the side of Farang, on the other hand, Jambal feeling like sharing the same neighborhood with Icon. I mean, like, Addy's just right across him. Got himself a couple of boxes, but he's kind of lonely here. I would worry for Farang. We did actually witness they've been performing yesterday's just really brilliantly, but at the same time, they're not consistent. They're ups and downs. It's sort of a roller coaster ride here. Jazboo spotted out quite a lot, but didn't pin anybody with that kind of sprays. Hard to get. It's just really hard to get by this time. And Spade spotting out another one, but the glue wall will buy a bit more time for the side of hard to get. It's just too far for them to actually just getting everything connected from this point.
And Farang, long shot with that Groza, insane, fantastic headshot. And the players of H2G aiming to take out 2 teams at the same time. Circle on for that pressure, 36 seconds more to go. They have to start moving. 7-9 revives their players, so that's a good play from them. Jembal spotted out by Batman. Misses that headshot by a couple of millimeters. But he just needs to stay patient and continue trying to get those shots. As hard to get now is your kill leader in this lobby.
I'm really loving this hard to get, but at the same time, the position is really tough to cut across that bridge to go the other side. There's so many teams gatekeeping on the other end. It's really going to be tough for them to actually just walk around the corner to cross. But at the same time, they actually really make it. They have huge... I'm giving them a lot of respect here. Back to a side of ORV. They're coming out quite later than the others. SAF and GigFam having another go with ORV. One person on the other end. That's quite far apart from the rest of the other rows there. Yeah, dope. Just gonna find out. Never mind. It's gonna be Farang taking a lot of streak here as GigFam will be a next target. Feels like Haziq really will need a bit of a revival there. Yasa on the other hand, try to go around the corner. Shadow just gonna push forward. SAF, they are still in this to win it.
ORV taking the fight up to Geek Fam themselves. Can they do it? SAF got a chip in as well, taking down those glue walls one after the other. SAF taking their eyes off of Geek Fam just for the time being, but ORV does not do that. Great response coming through from the players of Geek Fam. They tag up Jasly. Jasly on the ground. Grenades don't work. Flank taken down by McRory, and SAF, instead of helping out ORV, they shut them down instead.
Oh, well, there's going to be the opportunity to farm the kills there. Why not, right? You're not in our team. Your name is not SAF. Might as well take you down. But Geek Fam is right beneath them. They're right on top of Geek Fam, really close. So that's kind of, you know what? Keep your friend close, but your enemy closer. This is literally it is. But Farang now start to push in. They try to flush out coming out from SAF. SAF kind of sandwich and hand between two teams. They're Geek Fam and Farang chasing them down. Try to attempt to actually flush them out, but kind of some of the teams separating themselves quite far. In this case, it's going to be Farang! My God, Hazik! How did you even see that through?
In Free Fire, things like that are very, very possible. Geek Fam, 8 kills so far. Hawkeye flies into his death just to get sprayed down by Hasik. Hasik with a back-to-back slays out there on the battlefield. Geek Fam slowly ramping up as Jembal shows us that he has got a grenade launcher in this mix. Wow, fantastic. 3 wipe out the whole squad of SAF, all in the hands of Jembal and his grenade launcher. And he might have the exact same thing now for the boys of Geek Fam as well. Jembal, AC-80 for the play. Machete in hand as well. The question is, has he already wasted all of those grenades, all of the pumps from that grenade launcher? Spot from up top, Icon still surviving, circling in little by little. 3 more teams left in here, and Geek Fam wants to make a strong comeback at Bermuda.
Oh, back towards the side of Jambal, stopping Icons from moving forward, denying their entry here. But Spade coming out from the second ground, second story. Jambals and the rest are actually on the ground floor. Here comes Jambal and Spade trying to actually buy themselves a bit more time. Jambal just going to push forward, playing around the walls. There goes the free snake just now, but Jambal back inside. It's just too risky. Farang, they have to actually got so many angles there. We're talking about 2 different angles entirely. Kind of hard when they're being under the radar. The right target towards 2 teams.
And Farang's the only one making the best use of that remake of the previous matchup. They got wiped out prematurely, but this time round, inside the final circle, also close to that victory already. But Icon's the smarter one. They hide away. They let Jambal, they let Farang do the heavy lifting, taking the fight up against Geek Fam, and they sneak around looking for the center of the circle. But one more guy, Max 7 in hand, and can you sustain? The answer is yes. Icon with the supreme first booyah of the day. Geek Fam got.
There we go.
Booyah of the day. I was like, am I drunk or something? Nasib baik, not drunk.
I mean, like, Icon, this is well deserving. They always kind of obliterated quite early on in the middle of the game. Always the first few teams to actually have early skirmishes. They never had a closing, but this time it's quite different, I have to say, when it comes to day number 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, can we just maybe have a moment of silence for Farang, who are basically just the piggy in the middle during that final round?
No, I think they did fantastic. The previous round, they left and they got wiped out by ORV prematurely.
Sure.
And now they got into that final circle, massive number of kills. I think SAF themselves got wiped out just in the hands of Jembal. So it's a tremendous performance from Farang. They gotta rejoice.
So here's the thing. So if I'm Farang, I'd want to place higher. And I think a lot of it came down to the fact that they weren't able to really get any of those crucial pickoffs on Icon and Geek Fam whilst they had the compound advantage, right? Like they had a building to use. They weren't able to get pickoffs to weaken everyone else to the point where they're able to just sort of rush in and kill them off, right? So for Farang, I'm a little sad for them because they need these points if they really want to chase first. Sorry, Juju, continue.
I'm sorry, I have to disagree. I agree with AJ that they actually got better placement, but at the same time, if you look at how they place themselves in that situation, right? It's 2 different angles entirely coming out from Geek Fam, and also one more team the other side. It's almost impossible for them to actually defend at the same time. They only have 4 players, and like what? A 4 set of eyes. And it's nothing more than that. Yes, you got yourself a building and compound to work with, but the problem is when you have two teams charging forward like this against Gig Fam, against one more team, Icons, they have grenade launcher possibly, they have grenades. If you're inside instead of staying outside, it's so hard to actually move around when they keep on tossing you nade after nade. So it's just really almost impossible for them when they're being hammed down like that.
Yeah.
And this is just different perspectives, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like I said at the start of the day, I'm not going to compare these teams as to how they perform out there on the battlefield, especially in that final circle. I'm just going to compare how their performance is on that first day of Bermuda versus today on Bermuda. And Farang, on the first day, throughout the whole day of playing at Bermuda, they only picked up 18 points in total, which was abysmal for the brand. And this first match in itself, I feel like they've outdone themselves, and they still do have a couple of more matches at Bermuda. So it's a fantastic start. As long as we don't see the repeat of the previous round, it should be all right.
You don't say things like that unless you're trying to jinx them, AJ, but we'll have to see. I mean, true, very true. But also, I think it just comes down to, we've seen Farang be on this upward incline so far, right? The team seems to be just getting better and better. So I think we've got a lot of stuff coming up ahead of us.
There's no Husky,
Yes. It's really not because of Husky. I do think this team is genuinely getting better.
We wait and see for next week. Just saying, you know, we gotta wait to see next week.
We've got good news. Husky's not coming in next week. So, this team has gone up.
I'm sorry, Husky, but you know what? Sometimes your presence itself already changed some players in some teams.
Oh, goodness. Poor Husky.
But I agree.
So cute, man.
It's like the hardest fanboy for Farang, but it just brings so much bad luck for the team at the same time, you know. But speaking of Farang,
when he's not here, Farang's slowly climbing up. Now second spot already, you know? For
That's
all
true.
you know, Farang's going to be in the #1 spot. But they all have to like hope and pray AB Radicals doesn't perform when they hop on in here. Because AB Radicals does do quite well on Bermuda.
Would you say that the gatekeepers, maybe, for everybody at this point of time?
At Bermuda, yes, because if you look at the performance in week 1, they picked up the most number of points in comparison to every other team at Bermuda. So I think they might just be the gatekeepers, not just of the overall leaderboard, but of this map. So Group C, when they jump into the fray, everybody needs to be afraid.
That's why I'm happy for them when it comes to the shuffle later on. Whoever in Group C will be really going to be, you know, celebrating. Yeah, we don't have AB Radicals in our lineup anymore every single day.
I mean, at this point, everyone's kind of hoping that AB Radicals' name just magically disappears from the list. Like, they just don't see this team anymore. But, you know, who knows? Maybe they get rebranded. Everyone's like, oh, who's this new team? Oh, wait.
Same old with something new.
But I have a feeling that Axpan can actually overtake them if they, you know, try out something new like today. They're actually in the same group as well. Whilst they are in the same group, this is the time for the Group C, all the other teams in Group C can try to do something against AB Radicals. If it's working, it's going to work for the next few weeks. But if it doesn't, they still have time actually, you know, trying to improvise while they are on the fly.
I mean, there's always going to be room for change. And I guess if you want to maybe try and pull off some sneaky shenanigans, if you're in the middle of the bracket, maybe you can kind of try it out now before you get the group shuffle and sort of pray that you're getting the better group. But yeah, it really comes down to luck. I think historically, we've always somehow managed to get the Titans all in the same group, even after the shuffle. I suspect that might happen again, but we don't know how the shuffle is actually going to happen. We don't know if it's a lucky draw. We don't know if it's going to maybe be allocated on placements. It really is just a mystery, you know, when it comes to Garena, sometimes when it comes to these shuffles. But let's talk a little bit more about this game and, of course, the next upcoming game, right? Which, firstly, Kalahari, absolutely different play style compared to the other maps in the pool. And we know some other teams sort of come online here as well. I want to bring this conversation to Kalahari here. And AJ, Kings of Kalahari, who do you think are the kings for A and B here? And who are we sort of thinking?
I mean, sorry, they are in Group C, right? Farang, 100%, hands down, Group B representatives, they always shine when we move into Kalahari.
Yeah. How about Axis? Because we know Axis typically does well in A and B.
Yeah, I mean, Axis Esports, they should have picked up the majority of points from Bermuda because it's not like they do bad at Kalahari, but it's not as good as their performance at Bermuda, which is why that previous round I was extremely disappointed. Not disappointed because they dropped, because SAF is a good team. And yes, if you take that chance, you are going to have a 50-50. But you really have to respect your opponents to a certain degree, right? They were just way too confident in the engagement, especially with the presence of Raf, and they got punished for it. The moment you get too big-headed in some of these fights, some of these engagements, you will be punished. And that's exactly what happened there. I hope to not see that anymore from Axis.
Yeah, it's a hard lesson that some people sort of have to learn, but I guess it's the best time to have this lesson is during that league stage. You don't want to be learning the tough lessons during that grand final. But MVP for the round, it's going to be going to Man on the side of Icon with 5 kills to his name, 1,486 damage, and an accuracy of 39.2%. Can I say props to Icon for not completely getting demolished in that previous round? I was shocked. I didn't think that they were going to be able to do it as a duo.
I agree, because usually they will be the one that actually start the fight. Like right from we actually drop from the fly, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, usually we don't see them as their last survivor. That's why I always say they're never the last one to survive. But this time they're doing a really great. But still, Farang, like you guys mentioned before, Bermuda, they definitely are very comfortable with the map. They know it like at the back of their hands. The damage output-wise, still quite a lot with 13 eliminations and 13 kills. I have to say, for the next round, when it comes to Kalahari, I have a feeling that they might actually take... At least they got themselves at the top 3 again, because they like to drop in Refinery. They like to drop in the center of the map. They got themselves not really hard to rotate around the corner and got a lot of space to play. I do want to see if Axis can actually pull it off in Kalahari, because one of the many reasons in confinement, if they actually know their path, if they actually do their studies, they can actually just cut across slowly and just bulldoze all the teams from behind.
Yeah, I think that is absolutely a possibility. Now, current standings for the round that we just witnessed here. So Farang, yes, this team got 3rd place, but they took him 13 kills to boot. So that's going to land them in 1st place here with 21 points for the round. Icon, our team that secured the Booyah, will be taking home 20 points as they were able to nail 8 kills. Alongside Geek Fam, who are unfortunately going to be sitting in 2nd place for that round. Going to land in 3rd for the overall standing here because they got 17 points. SAF with 15, hard to get with 11, 8 for No Escape Revolt, 7 for ORV X-Men. This one's a bit of a surprise because we don't typically see this team go beyond 10th place. Maybe ORV is looking for a comeback here, folks.
I hope so. I mean, for the sake of the brand, I most definitely hope so. Toda, on the other hand, is still on a downward spiral, surprisingly, guys.
Yeah, this one was a bit of a shocker. I'm not 100%... I can't put my finger on what the issue is here with Geek Fam, right? Because they had days where they can play like triple S tier teams, and then there are other days where you're just sort of watching and thinking, what happened? Where did they go?
But what matter is right now, Geek Fam's still way better than Sub9. Even though they are looking down on Sub9 right now.
Literally.
Overkill.
Still
6 points, dude.
Yeah, but still,
It's just the 6 points.
it's still you beneath me, bro. You beneath me. That's what all matters. When it comes to the battle of pride, the current Geek Fam still looking down on Sub9, you beneath us, and that's what's most important, no matter how much the point is. But look at AV Radicals and Farang. I have a feeling the top 3 feels like a bit untouchable right now.
I think so far, yes. We don't have any teams that are sort of outstanding outside of our top 3. Although the race for 4th to 6th is really close, right? Axis, SAF, and Blacklist. These guys are basically competing for these 3 positions.
Yes.
But okay, here we go. I think we're going to start the conversation. Like, is there anyone that could possibly join our top 3? I want to consider them as the 3 lords, the 3 teams that are currently dominating the leaderboard. Are there any teams that could join that list? Because so far it just seems to be those 3 topping the charts for most of these games.
100%, no doubt whatsoever. We've got way too much of quality in this competition, right? You're talking about Axis, you're talking about Blacklist, you're talking about Pando, EWG, that kind of suddenly dipped this week. I mean, no doubt. And then this is still so early in the competition. We haven't even hit that reset just yet. Yes, at the end of the day, that will happen, but we have to go through all 4 more days of battle once again. So a lot of time for teams to catch up.
Now, speaking of catching up, if you want to catch up on your fashion game, down below you can see our code for today. It's for 2 Winterlands weapon loot crates. Make sure you claim it before the end of the broadcast because unfortunately this code will expire after the broadcast. So claim it now, share it with your friends and family. This is absolutely free. You do not need to do anything else outside of claiming that code to get those free loot crates. Thank you so much for Garina for making this happen because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have all of these freebies to give away during every broadcast. Now, I do believe we're going to move on very quickly here to Kalahari, the dry, the desert, the not calamari. It's a very exciting map, in particular for a couple teams. We do know that it's going to be a battleground here for Farang and Axis. These two teams in particular are racing for points here. AJ, we know that Farang is always going to be on that refinery. Is it going to be the same? Like, is there a reason for Farang to change their playstyle?
I mean, Axis punished them for changing a little bit of their positioning. They didn't move away from Refinery, but they moved away from their usual standard spots at Refinery itself. And they found out the hard way in the Challenger series, so I do not expect them to repeat that mistake. But I do expect some other teams to challenge them for a Refinery, though, because it didn't happen in Challenges. I hope it happens here.
All right, thank you so much for that, AJ. I'm going to tap on out here and I'll let you two take over. Choo Choo and AJ, take it away for groups A and B on Kalahari.
Thank you so much, Danny. See you later. Just sit back and relax. We're going to wait and see what they have to offer when it comes to Farang and also Axis. Can they catch up? Especially coming out from Axis, can they actually catch up to the top 3 before the Group C coming in to just bulldoze and demolish all the other teams when it comes to the overall standings? Right now, we're looking over the path later on. Which going to be? Is it going to be a Refinery for Farang? I have a feeling it will be. Again, same goes for Axis. They may be going to jumping over to confinement if they want to. Feels like it. But Anxiety, they drop around Santa Catarina this time because that's where the hot drop's going to be at. I have a feeling later, Axis, Kick Fam, and Anxiety might actually bump into a 3-way war here.
But SAF, on the other hand, is looking for some early pickings and no escape. Revolt might just be the very first victims of SAF. And they are just on the other side of Mammoth. SAF, on the other hand, just focusing on the loots first. Great shot, Hawkeye. Does not manage to dodge the initial bullet. Does manage to find a small little incline behind that watchtower that he can use to heal himself, and good on him that he has a med kit, but the high ground advantage on Mammoth in the hands of No Escape.
Yeah. I have to say, I'm really loving No Escape performance starting off today. They're really going all out aggressive, more confident. If you compare with week number 1, week number 2 is way better. It's like they're slow climbers, they are late bloomers, but at least they start to progress bit by bit. Well, if you compare with ORV, I don't have anything to say about them. But back to us inside of a No Escape. Feels like Frazee trying to wait for a bit, somebody to pop up their head just to, pin them down a couple of taps later on. SAF on the other end, try to go for the flank side, try to go for the blind spot here. McRory being very sneaky about this, but found out Frazee. There goes the spray, but didn't connect anything on whatsoever. And now Frazee want to retaliate, want to counter fire, but at the same time, you have footsteps coming up from the back end, the other end of it. I'm not sure how SAF want to play around this, but it's really a tricky terrain to play around.
Yeah, smart plays coming through from SAF, just sending 2 players to push on in, but Slurpee with a good fire right back. Yado gets tagged, but McRory sprays down Jinquest. Now, McRory himself gets sprayed down by Fraze. That's a good trade back that's coming through, but the second player is there. Overwhelming numbers on the side of the RV players. No Escape Revolt, trying to revolt against SAF, and Let's Go gets shut down as well. The game of numbers catching up, and No Escape uses that to their advantage.
Feels like they're having a bit of a problem for the side of SAF. Definitely they want to go for this engagement. One of them will actually buy time just to distract a bit of attention. Yado, I have a feeling Yado will actually be the bait for the side of No Escape. Or maybe Hawkeye in this case. But both of them feels like walking in the same sort of direction. I don't think it's a great idea for SAF to actually move in the same direction as they are being tailing by the side of the other team. Back to on the other, we have ORV, we just mentioned before. It's going to be versus NC now. This matchup, both of them really desperate, AJ, when it comes to getting a kill points. But can both of them actually win this?
As one more time, early engagements between these two teams. The last time, I believe ORV did manage to get a one-up on them. NC, on the other hand, they kind of crashed and burned with just a single kill. ORV punished them, picking up two of those kills, and then leaving NC to get wiped out by another squad out there on the battlefield. So this time around, let's see if NC can get a little bit of sweet revenge. But they are on the lower ground, trying to circle around Yazid. I'm not a big fan of the position that he's trying to hold on to.
I feel like ORV and NC have a bit of a beef here right now. Feels like every single round, no matter what the map is, they're just going to have it go quite early on. So down to the next one. He's going to be starting off with shots with a PM3 strike at first. But Funa already dropping himself on the ground for the side of ORV. They're losing men more they can actually count. Asta on the other hand also being knocked down. A bit of exchange here between these two teams here. But shots playing around the corner, trying to find Flank, really go out way flank and spot it out on Dino of NC. And shots on the other hand will kind of trap himself inside for a bit. Time turner being popped out, but Dino randomly just spray. Hopefully it will connect and click, but ORV feels like they don't really have what it takes this time.
Point and shoot. That's NC's standard battle slogan, and they seem to be winning at that. But ORV, as they circle around, Yadob's waiting to welcome them with open arms. Good grenade being charged up. Yadob on for the pop. Flank repositions at a timely manner, and Yadob does not manage to get that, but has one more grenade, and Flank will get taken. Oh, ice grenade instead, and that forces him to reposition. Yadob don't know the use of teasing that opponent, but now the rest of NC comes through to wipe out both Yadob and Flank.
Oh, Flank's on the ground already. Yazid going with the Dino, but Yadob right now. I'm kind of surprised how SAF didn't actually try to go for the revival first and just forcing the fight here because they don't have enough men. Now, there's only left with Hawkeye. We do know how it fares when it comes to only sole survivor just to go for the revival platform. But SAF now walking back towards the side of no escape. I don't think this will be a happy ending at all for the side of SAF. Hawkeye, this is going to be a tough one because feels like he's been tailed really closely. No escape definitely sniffed out his positions there.
Interesting setup here for the players of No Escape. And SAF, a little bit even more interesting. They all spread out, playing the game of defense, playing the game of chance, trying to see if one of their players can get to a revival platform. You saw how that ended up for Yado. He could have stayed silent. He could have just remained hidden. Trigger discipline, clearly not there with him. Wastes his grenade, wastes his ice grenade, and then wasted his life as well. You know, nobody's going to be too proud of that sort of a play. But this time, this is yet another revenge gameplay. Sem9 trying to shut down Geek Fam this time round.
A lot of arch nemesis for these guys. When it comes to Sem9, Geek Fam is always a go for them. Up here's taking out one of the players. Now finish it off straight away. Hakimi is also nowhere to be seen anymore. It's going to be 3-person left coming up from Geek Fam. But Sem9 seems like they're having more men on the ground instead of those actually running gun here. And Fikri already waiting for the save, but definitely cannot be done anything. And Phoenix coming up from the back line, open out the glue walls, but oh no, it's still gonna be Geek Fam looking what's beneath them this time. It's gonna be Sem9 again. Sem9, no matter how hard they try, it's just not gonna be enough versus Geek Fam.
That has to hurt the pride, you know.
It's beyond the pride now.
Yeah, that has definitely got to hurt the pride just a little bit there. Trying to go in for a heavy engagement and being ultimately denied in the most nastiest of fashion. Geek Fam still got it. That's the only storyline I see there from that engagement. Axis Esports, on the other hand, this time they're trying to tell me, AJ, boleh, don't worry.
They want to take their boss this time, okay? We want to take our boss this time. AJ, believe in us.
Slow sikit, AJ. Kita main slow sikit.
Yeah.
Anxiety, Toda, open ground. And the first shot comes through from Chessman, but Chessman does have the AWM in here. Spark, Woodpecker responds. Doesn't manage to tag up a lot of those players as they make that crossover, but he gives away his positioning. Look at that. AC-80 AWM combo. 3 snipers on the side of Anxiety. Toda needs to be extremely careful, especially Spark, but Spark does have that grappling hook to reposition instantaneously. And see, still taking on the fight, but as they go up against Icon, Geek Fam from the back, Geek Fam wants to rush in, they want to be the third party and they want to get all of these 8 kills. Apis with the first knockdown, taken as a kill as well. Geek Fam the ones making the most noise in here.
Oh, Geek Fam, they're having a really good run this time. Icon got themselves lost. Booyah, having a bit of a problem here with NC being stuck in between. But look at how the vantage point working so well. It's just wonderful, the views coming up from sort of Geek Fam. Brilliant angle. It's just so hard to pin them down either. Back towards the start of Icon. Now, who do I pick the poison first? Is it going to be Geek Fam or MC? If they want to charge forward to his MC, it's going to be a problem. So Geek Fam will stop them from moving forward here. Now, Icon kind of stuck in the right. They're going to be in the corner for quite a bit. But for Geek Fam, it's just, you know what, Thanksgiving Day for them because they just keep on farming kills from this distance.
Oh, fantastic play from Geek Fam. And I'll tell you this, Choo Choo, whenever I cast with you, I feel like I'm casting with an international shoutcaster. Like, your Pelat is so cute, I tell you. And I listen to you and the way you put all of those sentences together. My goodness. But I tell you, I do agree with one thing. Geek Fam, high ground advantage. Torturing both Icon and NC. They can't get out of the compound. You
it's funnier.
Geek Fam shoots you in your head. I mean, that vantage point gives you the perfect look for all of those headshot positions.
It's funny if Sam9 is actually just beneath them as well because Geek Fam's still going to look down on them.
Literally.
Literally, in this case. But Sam9 would back out quite early when they fought a Geek Fam. Just now they lost again. But on the side of No Escape and ORV, this is the fight of their own survival. We're talking about not just in this game, it's going to be on the overall rankings as well. These two teams really need to rack up their points there.
No Escape. Ooh. Good ice grenade freeze, takes flank down. Guy couldn't even recover just yet, and the rest of ORV, they try to back away. High ground advantage now coming through for the side of No Escape. Shots really low. Jasly gets caught, and Shots doesn't recover in time. And unfortunately for him, the VSS in the hands of Shah, just too good for that mid to long range engagement. Shuts him down, and ORV back to the lobby.
Oh man, still not going to be working out quite right for ORV. They feel like, you know what, it's good to be consistent, but not this kind of consistent where you're at the bottom every single match and every single day. You don't make improvement. We want the consistency where you are on the top 5, on the top 3 as always. But in this case, ORV, I have to say that I'm quite disappointed in them. They didn't make much progress if you compare with week number 1 and week number 2. But, you know, it's a bit too slow if you ask me. They take their own time like late bloomers. This is the time for them to bloom because if not, they will be left behind quite far. Back to the start of ACAF, they're quite not open, but back to us in Farang. Now, this is supposed to be Farang's match here. They definitely want to take down an Anxiety Furores on the high grounds. I'm not sure where Geek Fam is, though. They're still being very quiet there.
Quiet is a good strategy to play. Anxiety, on the other hand, splitting up. And Farang's just walking straight into their ambush. Anxiety looks like they've got quite a number of angles covered, and they've got that high ground advantage. Too Bad exposes himself, can no hold. That grenade's not going to reach. Tags up the vehicle. Too Bad behind a glue wall. Has to expand it already. 2 players trying to take the glue wall out of the equation, and the timing was just a little unfortunate as Spear unscopes. Too Bad manages to get behind a huge cactus.
Lucky it's bigger than the walls that actually planted himself with the glue walls just now. The cactus don't really need that much work to do. But back towards the side of our No Escape Frazee taking on Farang, but they pop their heads too much. And it's going to be a retaliation coming up from the side of Farang as well. Oh, I have to say, No Escape really working out quite well this time, but can they actually hang on to these last few circles there? Jin Quest spotted out on the side of Anxiety, who just gonna walk straight into their lair here. What a bold move coming out from Anxiety, but it's not gonna be enough. Too valid, too much for wanting a person of Anxiety to handle on. But Farang's Spade and the rest of them actually on this side of the circle, it's gonna be on southern part. You know what? I think they have a bit of problem where they reach where to the center of the circle is because we haven't heard a lot. We haven't heard anything coming up from Geek Fam for now, and also access for the northern side.
I have to agree. Let's see if this situation does change as No Escape now gets trapped in a tiny little compound. The players of Anxiety from across. Nobody's challenging them just yet except of one player, two players from the side of Farang. Barricade, yes. Ice Grenade will force them to reposition. Jesbu will bleed out. Good shutdown by Phrase. And No Escape Revolt are revolting not just against one team, but everybody out there on the battlefield. Final survivor from Farang. Spade cannot do anything, and he stays hidden. He pops on out. Left-hand side, you've got No Escape. Right-hand side, you've got Anxiety, and he is getting anxiety inside of that watchtower. But that circle will leave him high and dry in 20 seconds. Spade needs to make a decision.
Hard to get really closing into as a sort of icons there. And spot him out. Adam's already on the ground. Oh, but that's going to be a counter fire coming up from the sort of icons. The icons hard to get. The teams that actually are on the second page or actually in the bottom 18 really working out quite right in this round of, like, it's so rare to see No Escape to actually perform this well, but they actually did. Same goes for hard to get now. Just sharing a wall with icons, spotting them out, gotta circle them, backstab them all the way, rushing in hard to get areas, just make wonderful work with the team. And icon next to be eliminated, even though they got themselves just last booyah.
Farang, the kings of Kalahari, but all they have now is to depend on Spade. Spade has the vehicle there, though. If he can drive around to that buy point, bring his brothers back into the game, he might still stand a chance to get the booyah. But this seems to be a very tough execution. Circle now, leaving Spade high and dry. He hasn't moved just yet. Needs to play the timing right. Needs to be able to heal himself up as well, because this blue zone will hurt. Farang finally starts moving.
Oh,
but I believe that elimination was just a little too sweet, and as Anxiety takes out Batman, the final player. And Spade actually manages to squeeze on. A good grenade comes through for Slurpee. Kanoho taken down and out of the equation already. Fura, on the other hand, trying to go in for that backup. Can he stop the players of No Escape Revolt? Revolting against everyone. This team is on absolute fire. They shut down one after the other. Slurpee gets yet another phrase this time. Takes Fura out of the equation, and Rav gets that God nade onto Asta. No Escape Revolt finally manages to put the final nail in the coffin. But two players on the side of Anxiety. One crawling away, one running as quickly as he can.
But the chaos not done and dusted yet. We have one more team. No Escape just gonna go in further for the sort of Anxiety. They don't have time to reset, to recuperate whatsoever. Slurpee just jumping around, but the zone just gonna shrink even further. Shot, finish off straight away. No Escape need to escape from here right now. Finish it off. It's a done deal. And there's a quadra as well coming from Shaw. I'm like, who would have thought? No Escape just doing so well right now.
The whole day of day one in Kalahari, multiple maps, No Escape Revolt only took 13 points. Right now with the kills alone, they are already at 12. This one round at Kalahari, No Escape Revolt has already outdone their performance from day number one, and they want more. They don't want to stop here. Axis Esports still alive and kicking out there on the battlefield as well. The game of patience this time round, paying dividends for the squad, but No Escape. This position might just play against them as Anxiety gets taken out of the equation by Axis Esports. 3 more teams left out there on the battlefield. No Escape, NC, as well as Axis. And the best thing that Axis can do right now is just wait for NC to engage with the players of No Escape and then take advantage from the back. It's a game of wait and see who makes that first move.
I have a feeling that as long as they got themselves a lot of glue walls coming from No Escape, there's no way in for the other teams there. And definitely Axis, by the end of the day, they have to take a fight against NC first. And when that really happens, we're going to see No Escape try to actually be the third party. But at the same time, the circle just refused to wait for them anymore. And this just is going to shrink even further. Yazzie start moving forward. Everybody just chaos. Crossfires happen. Neptune trying to find further more for the Vixens. But it's going to be Neptune taking them down first. Neptune still survive. Wrap down. Oh, and see. What a nice ending just now. Got himself a booyah. I have to say it. I have to break it, AJ. See, proving that they are well deserving. And here they are.
Satu kali tak nak cukup lah, man. Banyak-banyak kali mau. Ayo, you need the top 12, NC. Oh, but they are not too far away from the top 12 right now. Fantastic victory, picking up solid 12 points from the Booyah. Massive number of kills as well. NC, just like their brothers No Escape Revolt, have outdone their performance from day number 1. NC picked up a total of 13 points, and that's from multiple rounds at Kalahari from day number 1. And in just this one game at Kalahari, they, just like No Escape, have outdone their whole day's performance from day 1. How crazy is that? Two teams outperforming themselves in the exact same fashion in that final circle. They must be proud of themselves.
That's why I said don't forget about the teams that are at the bottom there just now, because you guys sometimes, we always too focused on AV, Radicals, Farang, Expand Axis, Blacklist example, but don't forget about ORV still. Yeah, ORV is nowhere to be seen still, but No Escape in this case, like they are like really good today. Dude, like Danny, you have to agree with me this time, right? We cannot forget any team at all.
I think it's coming down to the skill gap between all the teams in A and B starting to become smaller, right? Like these teams, they're now starting to play on a more equal level. Teams are adapting. You can tell that there are other teams that are getting better and catching up to the early birds. And so I'm not only am I kind of not surprised that we're starting to see some of these underdogs grab these booyahs, but it's also going to show that I think ultimately it's just everyone is going to be able to take booyahs off of each other eventually. It's not just going to be the exact same teams hogging all the points. Everyone improves at some point, or there are other teams that stall. And I think we're starting to see some of these teams kind of stall in terms of their gameplay. They're not adapting to how some of these teams are playing. I mean, we're already seeing some massive changes. Farang, completely different playstyle today. Yes, they didn't make it into like the final zone today, but they tried something different. Everyone's trying something new because they're trying to keep up with the competition. Sometimes you have to be one step ahead of the competition to be at an advantage. So sometimes you got to make those risky plays. It didn't work out this time, but you can see everyone is actively trying.
I'm not trying to take the credit away coming up from No Escapes, or in this case, like all the other teams, right? But you mean like they get that booyah because the other teams like trying to do something else, just like because
not
they
necessarily
are doing something new?
Not necessarily. I think it's also a case of just NC getting better as well, realizing that, okay, we understand where these teams are going to be because we have information on where teams are dropping, where they're likely to go. So we're going to take this path and make it into the final circle this way. I think, AJ, I'm not sure how you would approach this, but what would you, as a team that is towards the bottom of the bracket, sort of focus on if you want to try and really focus on those points?
I would have done exactly what NC has done, which is try your very best to get into that final circle, just like what No Escape Revolt was doing, but a little bit differently. I would have played it chicken, right? I wouldn't have gone in and engaged so much because consistency is key. You can't hit those high notes one time and then not hit them all of the other times. You really got to respect the other teams and how they've really built their dominance in the competition so far. And you got to know your place at the end of the day. If you try to hit hard, you get some awesome rounds like this. You get us to scream for you, but can you actually sustain big battles in the exact same way round after round? My strategy would be to keep your head down, get into the final circle, and then make a lot of noise. Hit those high-tier loot zones if possible, or if possible, hit some of these drop spots where none of the other teams are visiting. Do your homework, get that loot completed, and on top of that, try your very best to identify every single buy point, every single revival point out there on the battlefield. Because when it comes to the game of survival, see, for example, Farang had gotten taken down a little prematurely. It's not like there were no more revival points left. It wasn't like there wasn't any one of those buy points left in the game, but they just couldn't bring all of their players back. And that's one of the biggest losses for a team like Farang. So if I was one of the lower teams, focus on survival and focus on those revivals, because that's clearly one of the things that not a lot of teams are focusing on right now.
I agree with AJ here right now, because we saw Farang earlier. They sort of, there's some teams, example, that they got themselves disengaged in a certain battle that they couldn't win in the first place. Yeah. But I'm surprised how they actually forced themselves in the next few battles, even though they sort of short in terms of men, and they kind of separate. I'm like, yeah, SAF is one of them as well. I'm like, why are you doing that? You should have just focused on one. Survival is the objective, right? In the end of the day, Battle Royale is about who survived the last. That's it.
Could it maybe have just been a case, I think teams sort of fall into the trap of being overconfident. They had a great Bermuda round. Is it maybe just that overconfidence sort of leaking into Kalahari? I mean, it's just one round, but I mean, if you're playing Free Fire or any game for that matter, and you've had an amazing game, would you feel pretty confident to try something that you probably wouldn't normally do?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, like, that's what we call as the not trigger this, but the discipline of a player itself.
Yeah.
Would you get cocky for the next round just because you performed really well last time? Because you have to remember, every single round is going to be very different. No matter how much you know the drop spot of all the other teams, it don't really matter. Because why? There are some teams that are going to play it very differently, even though it's the same sort of approach, but they're gonna have a different view entirely every single round. So I think being too cocky, like, it's not a good trait to have at this point.
Yeah. I mean, we're not dissing the players, right? I think at the end of the day, we're also just sort of looking at the players' mentality. And we have to also reason, like, why people do things. As a viewer, you're probably seeing the players do something and you're just like, oh my gosh, that was such a dumb play. But if you're in the players' shoes, they don't have the top-down vision that we have. They don't know where players are. They're basically working with what their team has. So, yeah, there's sometimes crazy things happen, and it's just because they didn't have information. But at the end of the day, information is so, so crucial for Battle Royales, knowing where players are, possibly getting a correct prediction on who maybe has a grenade launcher, who's the one carrying all the glue walls, who's got all the resources for that team. But we'll move on for now, as we are going to look at our MVP for the round. It's going to be Fraze on the side of RV. And look at this man's stats. This is actually above average from what we normally see. 6 kills on this mad lad, 2,000 damage, and 32.3% accuracy.
I mean, like, this is good enough, right? We've seen 6 kills with 900 over damage. So this is well deserving for him, like Fraze. Unless I'm like, AJ have something else against it. I'm like,
I don't really have anything against Frazier, of course. But, you know, to touch on a little bit of the point from Danny earlier on, we obviously don't put down any players. All we do, you know, kind of throw shade on is some of the strategy as well as decision making out there in the battlefield, right? You might not have a top-down view, but you have a direct view as to exactly what's in front of you, and you know what sort of a situation you're in. For example, Yadop and SAF, no reason whatsoever to shoot at players, but that was him just getting greedy. He saw one player and he initially thought that, oh, all right, I can just shoot him and I can take a quick kill point. What he did not anticipate was NC was hunting down that team. You know, that team was running towards him. And at the end, NC just wiped out both the player from ORV as well as Yadop himself. That little bit of trigger discipline, that little bit of, you know, foresight could have helped him at the very least survive long enough to bring back the rest of the SAF players, which was a huge waste.
I'm going to put pause for this because I think this team really deserve a highlight right now. No Escape Revolt. For the first time, looking at the team MVP now, that's really a rare sight for this team because we do know nothing was quite right for them for the past few days, for the first week. They got themselves quite a high elimination and kill points as well. The highest there is. This is quite a rare phenomenon, and I have to say, I'm loving this if they keep this going for the next few weeks.
Yeah, give everyone else a run for their money, right? Don't look down at us anymore. We can grab those booyahs. I'm looking forward to the group shuffle, really, to see how some of these other teams, when they get shuffled into the new groups, if they can compete with those top dogs. I don't think what we're seeing currently on the overall standings is a true picture as to how close everyone is in terms of skill. But as we can see here right now, Dark Horse galore for the top of the bracket here. NC Esports, this is rare. No Escape Revolt, this is almost unheard of. Axis, okay. I mean, this is normal. But I kind of do want to shine a light here on Anxiety because I know for a while, Anxiety is a very explosive team. They can play well, but over the course of the competition, they have just been very out of the spotlight. They haven't been a team that we've been focusing on. AJ, I'm not sure, Chuchi, maybe you're not as... do you know Anxiety or...
I mean, like, yeah, Anxiety, they've been playing chasing the hot drop spot all the way.
Yeah.
I mean, like, they are sort of an RNG team where 50% if they got it right really in their hands. But the bigger 50% is where their hot drop spot is always sharing with another team or maybe more than one at the same time, and they happen to be bumping out quite early. That's what really happened for Anxiety. Mostly it's because their rotation towards their hot drop spot just a bit too risky. But for now, we're looking over the overall standings. I have to say the only team that haven't progressed anything that much at all, and the only team didn't hit the triple digit yet, it's going to be ORV. I'm waiting for this team to waken up, because at least No Escape, it's still a lot of catching up to do, but at least they start to show us some flashy plays that they still in the tournament this time. But in the case of ORV, it's just too quiet.
Yeah, we have to see if ORV can fix their issue. And what do you think is the biggest problem here with ORV? We'll start with AJ. What do you think is their issue, and what do they kind of need to fix to bring themselves back into the fold?
Engagement capability, and it's not something that you can fix immediately. It's a process, and out there in the competition, you're always going to have your greats, you're always going to have those who struggle with the engagements, and ORV unfortunately is that team. But there's one thing that they can use as a beacon of hope, and that is NC as well as No Escape Revolt. If they can climb up to just a couple of ranks and get into that final circle, slay all of those big teams, then even ORV stands a decent chance as long as they play the strats well.
We'll have to see if they can do that though, but we do need to take a look very quickly at the matches that have already concluded as we are done here with groups A and B. Icon were able to take the first booyah of the day on Bermuda, and then of course on our second match on Kalahari, it was going to be NC Esports, a very rare booyah indeed, and maybe this is a sign that we're going to be looking at another team that's going to be competing with those big dogs. But unfortunately, we are done for that round, but fortunately, that means we're going to move on to the next round, and it's a very tough round because it's going to be groups B versus C. We know that this is literally a clash of the titans. We do have expectations, right? Choo Choo, I want to hear, what are your expectations for these next upcoming matches?
I mean, like, for the teams that's really desperate enough going into this round, especially fighting against Group C, I mean, like, there's so many options to drop themselves in, like the one that actually nobody actually quite vacant sort of places, including like Sentosa example. There's not many teams that are dropping there as well. For the teams that really in Group B specifically in Group B, we do know they are the smallest fish of all the three groups there, except for certain teams like Farang and Axis. But the rest of them really need to find their survival as their prime objective first, instead of trying to get the kills. Because if not, it's going to be done for them. That's it. They cannot catch up anymore.
All right, AJ, I'm going to cut to you after this break. But as you may have heard, guys, yes, we are going to go for a quick commercial break. It's going to be 5 minutes. So as always, best time to go to the toilet, grab your snacks, your drinks, call your friends, group up, watch other games on your phone. But make sure you do tune in, because B versus C, it's going to be a banger of a matchup. But until then, we're going to go for a break. We'll see you after this.
Where have we?
Here before?
As players
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
Farang with the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers. Together.
We fight to make.
Farang with the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Where have been?
Here before?
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
Fire with the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Where have been?
Here before?
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
Fire with the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Where have been?
Here before?
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by both fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
Fire with the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Hello, survivors, and welcome back to the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 4. We've just wrapped up Groups A and B, and of course, teams in A are going to go on for a small holiday or maybe just enjoy the matches. We don't know what they like to do in their free time. But for the teams in Group B, they're in for a heck of a matchup because now it is time for the reign, the terror of Group C. This is probably the... Okay, is it bad if I say it's the worst group to go against? Because I feel like I'm saying they're the bad guys. How about this? They're the best group to go against because they are probably playing Free Fire at the extreme level. No mistakes are allowed. You're dealing with probably some of the biggest monsters in the scene right now. I'm going to welcome back Choo Choo and the mustachio AJ. Now, I did hear Choo Choo's expectations going into these next matchups, so it's going to be AJ's turn. What are you expecting from this series?
I'm expecting for all of the other underdogs to kind of just take lead from whatever NC as well as No Escape Revolt has already shown, right? That it is going to be possible. As long as you believe, as long as you play your tactics, as long as a little bit of luck is on your side as well,
yes,
you are going to be winning out engagements. But getting into that final circle, you cannot depend on luck. You have to take the initiative. Like the biggest difference between No Escape Revolt now, today, in those previous matches versus the previous days was the fact that they always were the team that was being pushed by the blue zone, pushed by the circle before they could find a compound for themselves. This time around, we saw the initiative. They were moving way before that circle was moving, always found a good defensive spot, and then they took those fights from there, right? So learn from your previous mistakes and try to make the best out of those opportunities this time around, and you might be able to get it.
We'll have to see if it's going to be the reign of the underdogs yet again, but this time for groups B and C. We're going to return to Bermuda here for this exciting matchup. Choo Choo, AJ, let's jump right into this.
Thank you, Danny. Have a break alongside with Group A for now. I'm not sure what you're doing in your free time as well, Danny. Just saying. But for the side of AJ, oh man, I hope you don't get attacked today. for now. But AJ, I have to disagree. You know what the pro says? There's no such thing as luck, there's only skills. If you're that good enough, no matter how hard everything going on for you guys, they definitely can find a solution for it, right?
I want to say right, but I disagree.
Yes, you cannot disagree now.
You see, when you drop into a game like Battle Royale, there's something called RNG. And that RNG is not always going to be on your side. Yes, you might have a little bit of skills to kind of make your own luck out there on the battlefield. But we are not talking about the top teams. We're talking about the underdogs. Underdogs don't really have the full capability of turning things around their way, you know. So you got to depend on luck a little bit. Like, you know,
the 5% of luck. It's all there clinging on right now. That's what you're saying here.
Expert and NC just pushing their own luck, but they dropped by Kota Tua. Peak is taken over by the players of Expand. ORV as well as Blacklist taking over Clock Tower. The question is, where is Geek Fam?
I have no clue. Seems like these two teams are way too busy right now. ORV seems like having a good early skirmishes again, but they cannot afford to lose this. They are at the bottom of the really bottom when it comes to rankings. They're really desperate enough to win this one. Blacklist, go for disengagement. Seems like Fights already just flew out from this compound entirely. Just gonna save the entire team. ORV, they're having a good run this time, but where's the last member here? Fire's bailing out, neglecting the ship entirely. You know what? Can he make it out alive? He's taking the tunnel for a bit underground, but I think they are chasing the tails of Blacklist.
This is, once again, luck being in play here. ORV, usually not a team that should be able to engage with Blacklist and shut them down so easily. And to answer my own question, both New Geek Fam and Old Geek Fam are both in Group A. So technically, they're not in this match. GGWP. Blacklist International, they bomb out. The first team to bow out of this round. That is super unfortunate for the brand. But if you are ORV, you're pumping with adrenaline through your veins right now.
I have to say the big Ox have to be really scared today because all the teams are actually in the bottom rising up to the occasion, up to the point they're doing something really unexpected to do. But maybe they're just, keeping their best cards, hiding out for a bit when it comes to week number 2, day number 4 here, because we don't see that much when it comes to week number 1. Maybe they are the one who are actually sneaking up from behind just to read out and supervise all the teams, how they're moving, how they try to approach to a certain fight, certain battle, and take advantage of it. We've seen a lot of third party yesterday, not so much when it comes to today, AJ.
Not so much at all, and I'm so happy to see that, right? I mean, I hate it when, some
I
of these
love
teams,
it. I'm sorry.
at this stage, you shouldn't be expecting some of those hot drops because it's just way too sensitive, unless it's a planned one. Unless it's a planned ambush where okay, for sure, we're going to hot drop a small team. We're going to pick off all of those numbers through those kill points, guaranteed for ourselves, and then, loot up their compound, move on to another compound, just rinse and repeat again and again. Maybe, yeah. But when you take that 50-50 chance, Very tough to, support teams like that who just want to play the game of chance as well as luck. Sometimes luck just isn't on your side. And in this circumstance, I would agree with you. You make your own luck.
That's true. They make their own destiny. Everything, there's a probability here. But aside of EWG, this is, again, the team that always stuck their noses in everybody else's business. Whatever that moves, they're going to shut it down, irregardless if the entire team is supporting or not. If they're alone like Monita right now, he don't give a can the world. He just knows that whatever they actually move, I'm going to chase it down. I'm going to hunt it down. And same goes for Monchai, who secures one more elimination or kill point here just now against Hard to Get. Now, EWG will be one of the teams that's really going to be the bane for most of the top tier teams up there. I'm talking about them might be doing something so unpredictable, so, so surprising that this team never see that they are coming.
Let's see how ORV deals with this situation, because earlier on they scored nothing. This time around, they are the kill leaders of this lobby. Great engagement against a big team like Blacklist. But
for now,
in a situation where they might get sandwiched between Orange, so let's another squad. Orange isn't a big deal to deal with at the moment in the competition. They have been surprisingly calm and not taking any initiative whatsoever to improve their statistics in the competition. But I'm not worried about them because they showed us at the Challenger Series, they only need 2 days to qualify. They don't need 8 days of gameplay.
I have a feeling next week it's going to be a totally different ball game coming up from Orange. I feel like it's going to be that way. When we reshuffle the groups, that may be one of the time that they actually waited for. But instead of Expand, this is what the team that I have my eyes on. It's not just Farang or whatever Expand. How much further they can actually get. How much more? What is their limit right now? Because I have a feeling they have more to it. Their potential can go even further. But it's just about the timing, how much they're willing to actually push themselves, how desperate enough for them to actually get into a different ball game entirely. Yeah. Back to us the side of Ava Radicals. This is a team I think, everybody know them right now.
I mean, if you don't know AB Radicals, then I think you've been hiding under a tiny little rock behind your house, because this team has been ravaging everybody else, managing to pick up massive numbers of kills, and they've just been overall dominating the competition, right? A total of 170 kills before this matchup. And they are not the kind that you want to meet out there on the battlefield, especially at Alpine. And when they move back into Bermuda, they are quite the pain as well. Once again, the more proficient team out there on this particular map.
Oh, I really want to see so much when it comes to No Escape versus the side of Ava Radicals. If they actually win this one, it means a big statement coming up from them. But I have a feeling they won't actually fare very well, because on the side of Ever Radicals, they are way too good when it comes to team coordinations, how they work around the corners, and how they put the strategy to actually flush out and even advance forward. In this case, one is just incredible. There's no loopholes versus these guys.
None at all. And that's exactly what experience brings you. The slaying capability, mechanical skill supreme on the side of AV Radicals, alongside their rotations as well as strategy. Teams are still trying to find a couple of loopholes in their gameplay. Farang, on the other hand, teams do not need to exploit. This team is in disarray, it looks like, in week 2.
I don't know, feels like they're playing a bit slow for now, maybe testing things out like how Dan mentioned earlier, but feels like it's not working out quite right for them. Maybe they needed a bit more just to get in the, sort of the same chemistry and same timeline. But back to us, the side of Hard to Get Batman. If it's not hiding, he's hunting. That's it. To us, really low right now, flying over the zip line. But in the meantime, I'm not sure if there's any team waiting on the other end. Mancha and Tua still going to reset themselves for a bit. Lucky enough, there's nobody nearby, but Hard to Get. This is where the team that we do know, they're almost everywhere for EWG. Like, we thought it's going to be like they're in different components, but they always pop their heads in every corner of any map. If
the only thing hard to get for them is points. The problem. That's the problem. 128 points is what they started off the day with. And Hard to Get to have found a little bit of a bounce up. Now they're sitting down in the 10th spot, which is a good improvement for the team. but they still have to outperform teams like Anxiety and GeekFam. Anxiety, there's a possibility, but GeekFam and Pando EWG, those teams are going to be very hard to catch up with, and you can't be performing like that in these rounds. But at this revival point, Insane is sacrificing his own life as he tries to bring in the rest of his team members. So that's a good sacrificial play. Let's hope the team members that do come back return the favor, because I think he's going to get wiped out shortly.
Oh, we're going to have to wait and see. Here comes Orange. Jay-Z going forward. Rosso having a bit of a problem, but still got a number of glue walls, but it's running down quite low, very fast, and for both of the players. Jay-Z, I'm not sure if they're actually just having too much resources being put out, committed to the side of trying to take down side of one player of Orange Esports, playing around the corner, jumping, but the tree of Rosox with more than 100 of the glue walls tossing over by the side of Jay-Z from EWG. Rosox now using the glue walls coming from Jay-Z to barricade himself, but Jay-Z, he didn't actually put the timer right. When it comes to the glue wall, he just burst on at the worst moment possible. Orange Esport, well deserving, but in the meantime, he needs to bail this place as fast as he can.
And nothing much for him to worry about, because he does have 5 medkits on him. Aries, on the other hand, just commando crawling on top of the silo, just seeing if or not he can find a good spot. I wonder if he has any guns on him. It doesn't seem to be the case. I think he just got brought back, and he chooses to take a hot drop on top of these silos at Mars Electric, waiting for Bloodyhead to get away from this compound before they can loot up the rest of the area. But it doesn't look like Bloodyhead has any ideas of moving away just yet. In fact, they want to pick up a couple of more kill points, just like AV Radicals on Axis Esports. Neptune down on the ground, bleeding out, and Dynamo helps him out as well to bleed out a little bit faster. Vegeta on the other side. Dynamo, AWM in hand, accuracy sublime. AC-80 combination as well. Vegeta hiding away, but just poking his head out. That's going to be a problem, because it's just going to take one shot to take him down.
Oh, shot. It's going to be a huge hike, very slippery slope as well. But the long range coming out from the rest of AV Radicals just making it so hard for the other players to actually make way through inside of the circle. Well, on the side of Bloodyhead, they definitely don't even have to move. They have to have the initial drop spot Mars Electric, and they are very familiar, but Orange eliminated with that one bullet only. That flick coming out from these guys, they're just so good.
I mean, I have no idea what's going on with Orange Esports, because I mean, I know you can be confident, but you can't be that confident, lah. Like, just chilling until the final week of the qualifiers before the group stage to really pop off, because it looks like Orange Esports is sleeping, which is so surprising. And I'm surprised the brand is not actually doing anything about it, as it being harder on the boys.
Honestly speaking, I feel like Orange is waiting for the group shuffle, then they start to do something. I told you, they don't have a choice here. We're looking at over EWG, expand AV Radical Blacklist on this lineup when it comes to the grouping. All they need to do is jump themselves into the group B, but Dino on his knees when it comes to NC, and this slope is just really hard for them to get around with. EWG taking the high elevations at their best advantage, using it at full potential. Asta kind of stuck in a rut there. There's no way going up. It's just so easy. Even if they got themselves the grenades there, they got themselves a nade, even a grenade launcher works so wonderful at this kind of angle. But look at Asta slowly dying here. It's going to be worth than the faster, because this slow that's just, time's ticking. You're not going anywhere anytime soon.
And it looks like Asta doesn't even have any medkit on him. Oh, Yazid catching the vision on Insane. Grenade being cooked up. Oh, timely! Insane just gets tagged up from the back. Time turner response by Yazid. The circle's gonna do the damage. And see from the back. Good circle around Dino and Yazid. I love the teamwork, but now Asta bleeding out on the ground. And I'm sure that the kill is gonna be secured by EWG in the next few seconds. AV Radicals has got the best position, I have to say, the very least for a team that has guns, because HDG Aries has got a better position but no guns.
Oh, I mean, it's the game of survival. No guns is okay. For now, as long as nobody actually spot him out just yet when it comes to this sort of vintage point, it's a prime spot for him to just stay alive, not really gunning anybody down. Same goes for the side of ORV flank, doing the same thing here with kind of a pistol only, but on the side of Axis, they got themselves a bit of a warehouse moment there, but RV feels like they're a bit confident on top of this compound right now. I'm not sure it's Bloody Head still around, but this is definitely should be theirs to take. They should have known every nook and cranny of this compound. This is their initial drop spot, and they are starting firing against Axpan, who tried to squeeze into the safe zone, into the circle. But AV Radicals, they just know how to rotate around. Same goes for EWG.
Maybe Radicals circles around and they find the circle. That's a little bit of luck there. In terms of RNG, they meet Eastern Wolves gang. Thanamo trying to make good work of him. Wine has got the angle, has got the vision, has got the AC80 as well to get the damage done. But EWG very quickly sneaks away using that elevation of that hill to play the game of defense. So therefore, AB Radicals, they back away. They can't get too aggressive. They just need to wait for that second circle to kind of push everybody in closer towards them. For the time being, this is a fantastic compound for AB Radicals. Let's see if luck is on their side once again, because if the circle follows AB Radicals, all the other teams are going to be dead because of how AB Radicals can use the side of the cliff as the perfect defense.
Let's go through. If AV Radicals want to butting in here, they can actually. Bloody Head now being approached and breach in. But oh, that launcher. That's just incredible. The angle, the projectile is just perfect coming up from Morgana. And Bloody Head, this is theirs. They should have known this from the start. This is theirs to dominate. This is theirs to defend. Now, all they need to do is get out from there at the same time. Axpan trying to make a bit of a damage control from the sidelines here, but is losing health way too fast with its own clip. And then AV Radicals now start butting in as well. They're taking a fight on the other end, but Bloody Head left with only Colloid. Roy coming up from Axpan, losing fast at the same time. Men are dropping like flies here, left with only Excel on his side, but too fast managed to revive here as well. It's down to 2 for the side of Expand.
Well, it's a good choice coming through from the players of Expand to pick Too Fast up from the ground because he does have the grenade launcher. Final circle, you need the grenade launcher on your side. But Raf still alive and kicking for the side of Axis. AV Radicals looking like they are going to be the ones who dominate Bermuda yet again as anticipated. Groza in the hands of Tua plays the game of patience. Thanamo responds with the AWM. Obviously, Groza versus AWM. This sort of a range is going to be a victory for the AWM, but you never know exactly what Eastern Wolves gang can do to turn things around. And as that circle now closes in a little bit more, it drags the players of AV Radicals directly into the crosshairs of Eastern Wolves gang. But I like them move into this circle. They take the flank from the right-hand side. They want to deal with Eastern Wolves gang, and they do exactly that. Instead of waiting for the circle to force them, they take that initiative, and Eastern Wolves gang bite the dust.
They're just so good coming up from AV Radicals, and now Expand also on their knees, bowing to the side of AV Radicals. This is just a take. Impossible if they didn't get this booyah. Definitely AV Radical. Their mind is so brilliant with the skin. My God, this is so good. The Shadow Thorn Hitman skin with a booyah. What a flashy end to do it. They were like effortlessly looking so easy to actually finish off with the booyah. They're closing up the game with what they need to do. Like, it doesn't matter how much damage output you have. It's all down to efficiency. You don't need to use that much bullet, but you can steal away a couple of kills and eliminations from afar because the other teams are way too busy focusing on each other.
All the other teams, as they try to find a defensive spot, AV Radicals was the only team that took the initiative to engage and annihilate. They could have made way to find that circle, but they didn't wait for that circle to pressure them to find the next one. Instead, they knew where was the positioning of the final circle was going to be. They knew the positioning of Eastern Wolves gang, and they flanked from that right-hand side, using the edge of the cliff as the perfect defense and cut the distance between themselves as well as Eastern Wolves gang, tossed out those grenades alongside those ice nades, forcing the players of EWG to pop out of their defenses and snuff them out so good. And as chance would have it, this is where luck plays its part as well. As they were flanking around towards EWG, it exposed the players of Expand as well. Expand was erecting those glue walls, trying to protect themselves from AV, but AV was no longer there. AV had already made its way behind the players of EWG, and when they looked down towards that lower ground, Too Fast was out in the open, Raf was behind that circle. Too easy. AV Radicals secures a simple booyah.
Man, this team is scary. It just seems like there's nobody that can beat AV Radicals at this point of time. They are so confident with their shots, and here's the thing: they're confident in their shots because they know they can land them, and most of the time they do. Yeah, it's insane. Like these guys are mechanically skilled, so mechanically skilled that they can do things that other teams can't.
Yeah.
You know what? One thing that I want to mention here when it comes to AV Radicals, they pick the right opponent at the right time. That's what's more important here, because I thought like this is the moment where Bloodyhead should really shine quite a lot, since it's their first initial compound at first, they drop spot, and they definitely know the most if you compare all the other teams around Mars Electric. And I'm kind of a bit frustrated and disappointed that they didn't actually try to move outside of the compound, outside of the building, where you can actually see through everything or have a bit of elevations to see if all the teams trying to get into the entry point into the circle. They should have done that quite early. And Navy, on the other hand, they pick fighting against EWG first, because one of the main reasons, if they don't take down EWG at first, that's going to be the biggest problem. They have to fight EWG with their back. So they do know what to prioritize first in this case, and do know that whoever trying to coming up from Mars Electric building, they have to climb up a bit of elevations when it comes to up the hill. So they have a bit more time to focus on both angles at the same time. So I think AV Radicals is one of the teams that actually use really to full potential of their brain work. When we talk about bar games, they're not really really good. They're not just really good when it comes to firepower, but they really use strategy at its max potential here.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have so much experience. They know which fights to pick. So, I mean, it seems like it might just be another dominant day here for AV Radicals. I think if you're the other teams, you're just thinking like, oh God, please have a bad day. Today doesn't seem to be that day. But let's talk about some of the other teams that are participating in this B versus C matchup, right? So I think we definitely had expectations for Expand to give AV Radicals a run for their money, but it didn't seem like they really did much in terms of hampering AV Radicals. What sort of happened with Expand? Because we saw them be so explosive during week 1. And then, I mean, this is just one game, so we might be a little bit harsh here, but they were very, very soft, out of the spotlight. What really happened here?
I prefer the soft approach from Expand because, you know, unlike the rest who really try to get that ego play out there, to think that, you know, that they are really good out there on the battlefield and they go in for those early engagements and then find out that, okay, maybe I should have been a little bit more calm. Expand, just from the very get-go, tries to play that safe gameplay to get into that final circle, right? And that's something that you really got to respect. Although they do have the mechanical capability to overcome some of those players, they just don't take that for granted. But Cobra was one of the main guys who got nerfed in there. And too fast, he had that grenade launcher, but he didn't have that backup that he usually has from Cobra, right? Cobra's that rusher that gets all of the job done first, and then too fast kind of backs up the rest of the squad. So the composition of the team kind of just got thrown into disarray because they were holding on to the lower ground this time around. And Expand went into that circle a little bit too early. And this is where map knowledge really comes into play. When that circle goes towards a certain compound, you need to know where are your high grounds, where are your elevations, where are the lower grounds where you will be at a disadvantage. AV Radicals played that to perfection, and that's where Expand just needs to improve a little bit more.
Yeah. Now, something I also want to say is that probably props to Axis, right? Normally we see Axis get, I hate to say it, they normally get crushed in this matchup, but they managed to still get second place, right? Which is very, very important for Axis, because normally we see them falter, and that's probably what sort of pushes this team down that tier list, I guess, if you want to put it in that regard. But Axis showing some signs of improvement as well, being able to compete alongside Expand and AV Radicals. But what about everyone else, right? It just seems like it's mainly the talking points of the big teams. Even Panda EWG, I think we also have to give these guys props because they've been doing fantastic, even though they are in the group of death.
But before that, I also want to give another credit coming up from the MVP previously. It was AV Radicals, definitely, Tanamo. If you actually notice his accuracy actually going up this time, because he's not just spamming it with a grenade launcher. So this is great coming up from Tanamo. But we do know MVP coming up from AV Radicals. for the entire team. It's going to be the entire team. But the one that we actually haven't seen as an MVP individual, I mean, like we've seen Tanamo before. We've seen Ray Mill yesterday. We've seen Wine multiple times. I think it's down to only Retooth, right? Retooth that actually haven't popped out as an MVP when it comes to AV Radicals. Now, back to the side of, you mentioned about so Expand earlier. I think Expand, I have to agree that I feel like Expand, they need to initiate the fight with their best condition instead of being rushed in. Like example of Axel can actually found himself the angle that he needs to work with. Cobra got his arsenals to work with round, and T-Fast just have a lot of grenades. It's gonna be okay for them. But if they don't have all the conditions, they're kind of hard to play around with.
Yeah, it always seems like out of all the teams in these two groups, AV Radicals probably have like the least requirements to actually make it into that final circle. Whereas you're looking at everybody else, you have to have your backs covered, you have to have lots of glue walls, you need to have your grenade launchers. Some teams are probably even looking to have a numbers advantage. AV Radicals, it just seems like it doesn't matter what happens, they just perform regardless. So the setup, perfect. I think we've spoken enough about AV Radicals. We're going to give them a bit of a break because they've got the spotlight. Yeah, sorry, Gigi, go on.
Since Danny mentioned that they got all the conditions against them, so AJ, there's no such thing as luck but skills.
I mean, we are all entitled to our personal opinions.
I still cannot get him to agree with me here, man.
Goodness. Oh my goodness, guys. We have hit the 300-point mark. AV Radicals, 74 points. Is it 74? Yes, 74 points ahead of Farang, who's in second place. 74.
Quite a number. Untouchable at this point, honestly.
I think for this week, definitely.
they can rest for entire week to wait the other teams to catch up here.
I actually agree.
I think Farang would want to disagree. You know, Farang would want to, in fact, say, okay, let's put this to the test. How about you take a week's rest? Let's experiment.
Why not? I would love to see that. Just
go on holiday. Oh, goodness. I mean, that's everyone's dream at this point, if you're aiming for the $2,000 US. But
yeah,
if anything, maybe teams kind of don't care if AV Radicals get that first place. Again, we have to reiterate, top 12. That's where it's at, right? So let's go to, we got to scoot to the bottom of the bracket. Todak are currently gatekeeping that 12th spot. But from 12th to 13th, I think it's like, less than, around a 10-point difference, which is not that much. So the race for 12, and I'd even dare say 11th place, it's still very doable down there. It's still very close.
I think it's up to 15th place to actually still reachable.
Yeah.
But I would like to highlight one team because I think we kind of called them out a little bit earlier. Chuchu, you very specifically mentioned them. And this was when two teams did well and they were the only ones who did not, and they were the underdogs because No Escape as well as NC rose up to the top, and ORV kind of like, they were down in the dumps, and ORV is like, okay, Kakaju, we are making up there. 14 points this time around. I think it was a phenomenal performance coming through from them. And, this is where also the conversation of consistency is key comes true as well. No Escape Revolt kind of bombed out a little bit too early here with only 3 kill points, no rank points at all. And this is where that overconfidence kind of kills your progress in the competition, right? But NC Esports did manage to keep their end of the bargain up here. 6 total kills. Placement points, once again, just 3. Not very impressive, but they did manage to sandwich it with the slays that they were getting out there on the battlefield, which is so much more better from week 1, where they were super soft on those engagements.
Yes. Now, just a quick reminder for our viewers, if you missed the code, it's going to come back, so don't worry. But as you saw on the screen just now, we did have a code for our giveaway, so make sure you claim that code. Heck, if you missed it, I'm very sure someone in chat is more than happy to share the code with you as well. For all these streams, they're always sharing, so sharing is caring. Make sure you help everyone claim that code for today. It's going to expire at the end of this broadcast, so make sure you grab it. As we were just informed, our next matchup is about ready to go, and I do believe we're going to be jumping into Kalahari here with groups B versus C. At this point in time, I think we got to say the race against AV Radicals. We got to cut that out because that's just not happening this week. Maybe next week, but let's talk about some of the other teams. Farang's not playing right now, but
Yeah.
second place, absolutely vulnerable, right? Because we have seen moments where Farang can be a bit not so consistent. I'm not sure if that's a word, but they have their up and down moments. So second place is absolutely at risk of being lost. Whoa, we are actually 10 seconds in. So I'm going to throw it over to Tutu and AJ. Let's get right into it. B versus C on Kalahari.
Thank you so much, Danny. Again, we hope to see more, how do I say it, bloodthirsty moments when it comes to the first drop straight off the bat here. I'm waiting if it's going to be Expand versus a bloody head when it comes to the command post early on when it comes to Kalahari, because they happen to be dropping at the same time. So whoever wins it one, the best man wins, AJ.
You know, the players of NC as well as No Escape Revolt could not go back-to-back in terms of excellent performance, but AV Radicals against Hard to Get. I think Hard to Get's playing with fire here. We'll jump back into that conversation in a little bit. Going back to what I was saying, they might have not been able to take it back-to-back because it was Kalahari and then Bermuda.
True.
But let's see if they can hit it on Kalahari once again, because if they can, I'm going to hype the crap out of NC as well as No Escape Revolt. We look for that consistency, and AV Radicals always with that gameplay of consistency. Hard to Get. They are biting the dust here in a terrible manner. One final survivor, and he is jetting out of there. I've never seen Aries run faster than this in his life.
His soul runs faster than his body at this point. Back to the set of Bloody Head. It's going to be it. Expand versus Bloody Head, like we mentioned, on top of command post here. But not sure who's winning, honestly. But on the side of Expand, Blacklist, what are you doing there? They're butting in the corner.
I have no idea what Blacklist is doing because it doesn't seem like the full squad is here. Seems to be a little bit of a split, but Too Fast is managing to shut down one by one the plays and the players of Bloody Head. Karloy taken out of the equation. Fantastic approach. And now Cobra strikes as well. Ashura brings Newbie back into play. Good revival. Instantaneous for him. And Axel gets caught out from the back. Finally, Blacklist shows its fangs and manages to help out the players of Bloody Head to take Expand out of the equation. I was just praising the boys for taking that slow approach, but this time when they try to hot drop Bloody Head, just like last week, that one extra element of Blacklist International was what they did not expect.
I hate to break it, but Faiz from Blacklist is the party pooper for Expand. They didn't expect it. There's one more player there out of nowhere. I don't know why Faiz is there in the first place. It's going to be painful for the side of Expand. We'll start to lose their overall ranking stats and standing later on. But NC, you mentioned about them here, AJ. They spotted out Manchai from EWG with a flash. Now here comes the flash and with the rush. Yazid and Nancy, that was easy eliminations here. Easy kill. I'm not sure where are the rest of NC, but they definitely should be really worried right now that they couldn't find the rest of EWG, because I'm not sure, they're kind of separated for EWG here. I don't know what's their modus operandi right now. But, you know, they revived Manchai, no problem.
Let's see if the Eastern Wolves gang can prey on everybody else. Week 1, they were outstanding. Week 2, they are standing outside of the circle most of the time, you know, outside of the compound. They're letting everybody else do the work. So I'm a little sus as to what is the actual plan here for EWG. But I love what they did at Kalahari earlier, though, because they managed to kind of rip away, sorry, not earlier, on day number 1. They managed to rip away a total of 32 points. But in the previous match, they came up with an egg.
I'm not surprised. That was week number 1, where a lot of teams kind of a bit nervous, a bit unsure, a bit blurry when it comes to the composition of the other teams or how they, whatever information they can actually get when it comes to the first week. But when it comes to second week, they have data collected already. They revise some of their plans. They revise the other team strategies. And they have more to work with right now. So I'm not surprised some teams are actually really excellent when it comes to the first week. really taking a lot of numbers down there, but it's all down to second and third week. The middle week is the most important one because this is the week where you want to stretch out the gap and also use whatever data you have to fight against them. And Aris gone for Hard to Get. Now, Hard to Get last match didn't work out quite well for them. And now it's going to be Orange circling around Insane as well. It seems slight here, AJ, sort of a trend here. A lot of teams like putting players to one spot in a different spot entirely. Like they're very separated, far apart.
Far apart indeed. And Hard to Get, on the other hand, just with a very questionable approach to this round. And Insane has nothing else to do except shoot when he could have stayed a little bit more silent. I guess they had him cornered already, and that was just a panic moment. But the time is up. And Insane, as he gets tagged up, tries to fire right back, but it's a game of numbers. Can he at least secure that 1 kill point? No! Denied by Jabat, and Tom finds a great accurate nade to take him out of the equation. But AV Radical says, how dare you take kills when we are in this lobby? And they fly in just beside Orange Esports to challenge them as well. Orange Esports, you better turn tails and run if you know what is good for you, or you're gonna be team number 10.
This is a scary prospect from Orange Esport. Look at the confidence coming up from AV Radicals. They just launched themselves, flew over here without second thought, without any doubt. And this is a scary team. Now, I have to say, AV Radicals really play a good part when it comes to the first, second week, just to give off the vibe. You know what? In their presence, you guys should run. And this definitely gave off that impact, that kind of vibe towards the other teams. Oh, look at how aggressive this team is. It feels like AV Radicals, we're going to back off now. It feels like they're playing that way these days. AV coming up from the flank side first, taking on Tom, almost chipped out entirely, but it's not going to be enough. On the side of Retooth, Aaron managed to finish off Tanamo, the last MVP, but Wine is not happy about it. He's going to be having that sweet revenge on his teammate. And there goes the... Oh, never mind, Baron. It's just so good. AV Radicals down on the ground, two of them. Things going a bit south here for AV Radicals.
Smart play by Ritu's response, but the... Oh, glue wall taken down. Ritus disengages, but is cornered behind the wall. AV Radicals, just when they thought they could take over this compound from the players of Orange Esports, Ritus gets challenged. Ramiel's just way too far to do anything to help out the rest of the team members, and he's not even getting to that revival platform. Ritus, on the other hand, at the edge of the platform. Is he actually going to go for the cheeky revival whilst Rosso X catches up with him? Ritus up top has the grappling hook, repositions, and he is up and away.
Oh, they're going to chase the heck out of this, guys. Ramiel, on the other hand, just going to stay quite safe for a bit, coming up from the long shots, but Retooth. Now, if Orange Esport managed to finish off AV Radicals, who actually rushed and ambushed them first, might as well call them the Radical Slayer at this point. The Orange is just really aggressive. Want to finish off one of the top dogs up there. The bigger fish, Ritu finally being brought down on his knees. Rosak tried to find one last player. Where is Ramiel? Can he actually revive the rest of AV Radicals? In the meantime, feels like Orange Esport might have found out his position. Slowly approaching. There's one person going over to the side of Ramiel.
It's a good engagement for the side of Orange.
Okay.
And Ramiel, on the other hand, he is running for his life, and the rest of Orange is going to stick by here in case if Jabat loses that engagement. But the question is, what is Ramiel trying to do? He's running away, not towards a revival point, not towards one of those buy stations. He's just running blindly, and I don't think that's a great idea. This is why I said you really need to know exactly where those buy points as well as revival points are by heart, so that you can just rush towards it, even if you're not looking at your minimap whatsoever, even if you're in a panic, you're rushing towards the right direction because he is running outside of the circle. And this is yet another opportunity, by the way, for NC to prove themselves back to back. They need to get into the final circle to show us they can bring consistency into this competition.
But these are both teams that we're cheering for, Axis and NC at the same time. Neptune moving forward, coming up from the back straight to the front there. Vegeta sort of feel like NC, their formation are being split into two here. formation kind of being crashed down by the side of Axis, who got a better sort of experience. But Farang, this nasty, cheeky guy, Spade, this is just Thanksgiving for him, taking advantage. And Nancy and Axis, nobody has a clue they're being shot down quite from afar. Feels like Spade is just, you know what? Never mind, Nancy, they're going to build this one out again. Nafis agree that there's no way he can actually turn things over. Just going to go for the respawn or the revival platform. But at the same time, he happened to be... Oh no, why now? Clashing into EWG. Oh, Nancy. I don't think this is going to work for them, AJ. It's like Nancy feels like, never mind.
Oh,
Jay-Z, go down first.
Nice. Fantastic. But Nafis, good play with the grappling hook, but the game of numbers, Nafis turns around, has got the Kar 98 in hand. Monito on the other hand, the M1887 double barrel. Nafis, what can you do? Close range combat, 2v1. NC Esports bites the dust. And that's what I'm talking about when I say we need to see a little bit more consistency. You cannot hit hard just one time and then bomb out in the other. You know, it's just a little unfortunate for NC, but we do have another big performer earlier on at Kalahari. No Escape Revolt, and they are the ones attacking Eastern Wolves gang. The storyline just keeps getting better. Let's see if they can get the job done. The players of AV Radicals, on the other hand, Wine, the final survivor potentially, going up against the whole of Axis Esports and Foundation.
Oh, they managed to revive. They managed to survive revive just now, sort of Raymil, but Wine's the only last one to survive. But at the same time, they're going to be outnumbered for now. Axis just won themselves a huge fight against the side of NC. NC's still going to go for the revival point. But on the side of EWG, it's so hard to see them actually cowering like this. It's always like, this is amazing coming out from No Escape Revolt. They are very aggressive today. And they want to go for more, but look at the nades being launched on EWG. They just have to pop the turner and got a moment on his knees here. Shark going to push forward. It's going to be the rush. This is the moment they've been waiting for. Down to 2 men. Monchai coming up from the flank, being ambushed by the side of No Escape as well. Tua hoping to actually buy more time with the glue walls, but it's going to be broken anytime soon. EWG eliminated in the hands of No Escape Revolt. What is happening, AJ?
No Escape Revolt. No Escape Revolt showing us that they have got the better game of consistency. Bloody Head, on the other hand, this time annihilated by the players of Farang because they dareth steppeth upon those refinery platforms. No, 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 boy. This is the home of Farang, regardless of which one of those platforms they are. Orange Esports putting out the players of AV Radicals. The final one in style. Superb nade. 5 kills so far. It looks like Orange is slowly waking up in the competition as well, but I'll believe it once I see more consistency from them. But I'm not worried. Team knows how to get it done. They're just falling asleep a lot of those times because of their overconfidence. I'm just hoping that doesn't play against them in the end.
Wow, it's a hard man to please, AJ. You are indeed a very hard man to please. A minor progress won't actually say a good one. You have to have tremendous effort putting in.
Yes.
But I have to say that No Escape, they have been really great today. I didn't expect this aggressive come out from them, but Blacklist, now they're being put in the corner. ORV and Orange just gonna pin down on the side of Blacklist. Left, right, center. There's nowhere to move forward for the side of Blacklist here. But Orange, on the other hand, got themselves a lot of glue also built up just to reset themselves for another round to have it gonna go for Blacklist. But just not enough is either Orange or ORV. They're pinning down Blacklist so hard they couldn't even move forward.
Yeah, Rosso X, the one with the best position here. High ground advantage, just keeping an eye on the players of Blacklist, whereas the rest of them finding their spot in the next circle. And I'm just so impressed with No Escape Revolt. Yes, they were dead last when we started off the day, but they have done so much to climb up that leaderboard. The last time we spotted them, they were sitting down in the 16th place. And if they can perform once again and make it into that final circle, I will not be surprised if they go ahead to catch up with Icon, who are currently sitting down in 13th spot. And if they keep it up by the end of today, they can be in our top 12. That's how amazing No Escape has been throughout today. Axis Esports, on the other hand, they have had a good week 1. Week 2 is all right. Not too bad, not too good, but that's unacceptable for the brand. They need to make Mr. Side a little bit more proud.
Oh, now down to Axis. Start to make a move here. Corner himself a couple of glue walls. Vegeta They're just waiting whoever makes the first move here. Farang spotted out all the members of Axis running around the corner from Neptune. There goes a couple of shots. Jazbu, how can I actually approach you with this side? The glue wall's just going to buy time temporarily just to finish off a couple of eliminations. The Axis feels like they having a hard time to survive. This jump ball just having the vintage point, taking their back possible view on the high ground here. I'm surprised Axis didn't actually thinking the same way as how Farang actually approached this battle.
Blacklist International from the left still surviving against Orange Esports, surprisingly. And No Escape Revolve, they actually have a good place to work with because everybody else is distracted. The players of Farang trying to snuff out Axis Esports. ORV gets put out of the equation. Back and forth engagement between Blacklist and Orange. And nobody's keeping an eye on No Escape Revolve. The best thing ever for the team. And Axis, on the other hand, cooking up the grenade. Raph as well as Neptune, final survivors. But it's a 4v2. The game of numbers on the side of Farang, who are trying to take back their title of dominance at Kalahari. So far, they're dominating the kill feed. Can they also dominate the team that stands in front of them? But Orange Esports, as usual, sneaking into the final circle, and they will sit there waiting for everyone. The timing is perfect for Too Bad as the Riptide Rhythm takes down the glue wall. He manages to get that pop with a Charge Buster. Spade chases one down with the Mag 7, and once again, Jesbu steps up to the plate. Charge Buster galore. Farang's on fire.
Blacklist Vice are going to be the one that actually, the backstabber coming out from the side of Orange Esports. He's the only one that actually get the view of the side of Orange Esports for now. But Farang spot out Orange Esports. They definitely want that compound. Definitely want where they stand at the land. They're the only land actually comprises of a circle. Orange got it, but being, oh man, eliminated entirely. Here comes the side of No Escape Revolt. This is their time to shine. Is it going to be Farang? Oh, that's the take, but the big pressure by the zone as well. Feels like this is going to be Farang's side. Farang, this is going to be a booyah for them. Definitely that's a take when it comes to Kalahari. And they've shown us once more again with the Shadow Tar Hitman skin. It's a great ending and a close for them.
5 points in the first Kalahari match of the day. And now they hit a massive, I don't know exactly how many kills they ended up with there, but they definitely outperformed the first round at Kalahari. Good on Farang. They are one of the more dominant ones on this map, no doubt whatsoever, but they have to outdo the performances of AV Radicals no matter what, because AV Radicals have made so much of noise and have put such a huge gap between themselves as well as Farang. And to play the game of catch-up, it is better to be done sooner rather than later, Danny.
Oh my gosh, I'm so glad Farang was able to clean that round up. I think this was probably to make up for the really bad round one. You gotta offset the points somehow, right? You gotta pop off, and then there are other days where you get popped off. I guess that's probably the best way to describe that game one. But I really am happy for Farang, because I was a little bit worried at some point, thinking like, oh wait, if they're going to be snuffed out during that first round of Kalahari, like, oh, what's maybe going to happen for the second one? But it's good to know that Farang, they're still there, they're still kicking, they're still showing us that Kalahari, that's their jam.
Yeah.
Speaking of jam, today, or at least this game in particular, was not Expand's jam. I think that was probably one of the most shocking things that we've seen today. Expand actually getting deleted at the beginning of the game. What happened?
I mean, like, they tried. I mean, it's just really a bad time of getting themselves dropped in the middle of everything. They're fighting against Bloody Head at first. It's just that Blacklist Fires, you remember that. Usually it's going to be on top of the command post, right?
Yeah.
It's always Bloody Head versus Expander since week number 1. But they didn't expect there's a third party coming in, Blacklist, from the back. Yep. And he just backstab every single person. Fire is just so incredible when it comes to backstabbing silently. Out of nowhere, Blacklist was not even there to begin with. I'm surprised he's alone in the first spot. And also, speaking of another team that kind of surprising, Orange Esports, when it comes to defending their fortress, when AV Radicals, the one actually pushing it, try to flush them out, they failed to do so. And because of that, they left with only Raymil at first, who managed to revive the team for a bit, but then down to only Wine. But in the end of the day, they can't win the numbers when there's too many teams out there, and then they only have 2 men left. So AV Radicals, maybe they're a bit cocky this time. I hate to say it, I hate to break it, but they're a bit overconfident there.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Kalahari's not their jam as well, right? I think this is their... they have to have a weakness. They have to have a weakness. Stop. Sorry, AJ.
One of their good maps, I guess. But then, AB Radicals, they can pop off anywhere, everywhere, because they've got good mechanical skills, right? But I do agree with Choo in this department, getting a little bit overconfident, trying to fly into battle after battle after battle. It's just a matter of time before, fate catches up with you. You punish too many people, someone's going to try to punish you back. And, it's just the best case scenario for Orange Esports. I mean, I'm sure it boosted the confidence a little bit later on that they found out that, oh my God, we just deleted AB Radicals. Because during that engagement itself, you don't know who you're engaging with. And
exactly.
I think that was one of the biggest nerves for the players of Expand, because yes, they took that hot drop against the players of Bloody Head. And yes, they were engaging and they were accidentally shooting the players of Blacklist, but they didn't know. They just thought that, okay, that is Bloody Head. Before you know it, the guys are just all over the map. They get overwhelmed. Unfortunate for them as well, which is the reason why I always avoid those hot drops. But of course, at this point, it's an ego challenge, but not an ego challenge for Bloody Head. It was Expand, because from day one, I mean, everybody knows Command Post belongs to Bloody Head. So if you want to evict them from that compound, you gotta be able to really torture them. But it looks like they are the ones getting tortured this time around.
I mean, you can't evict Bloody Head, right? Like, they're so dedicated to Command Post. But I'm not sure what it is about Command Post, right? Like, is it the fact that it's called Command Post? It's like, oh, we've got a command and conquer. We must take this post. You don't take it from Bloody Head. You don't take it from Bloody Head. They'll make you leave bleeding. Maybe even bleeding out of that game. But
yeah,
man, it's good to see some changes in that matchup. It's not just the domination of AB Radicals. Mistakes happen. Everybody is mortal. There is no god in the matchup. But let's take a look at the overall standings very quickly, just to see how many points everyone took home from that round as well, because it's still going to be a race of points. And overall for stats, pretty average across the board. We're not seeing anything out of the ordinary here. AB Radicals probably don't even care that they didn't do that well.
The team that I want to focus on today, specifically today, is going to be New Escape Revolt. They're starting off last week at the last place here, but look at how they can perform themselves. I think they are one of the teams that with the most growth, if you compare it in week 1 and week 2.
Yes, absolutely.
Like they at the bottom, it's kind of still a hard climb for them, but they shown us today that they got what it takes to actually be up there. I'm not surprised if they keep moving forward when it comes to week number 3 and 4 here.
Yeah, I mean, it means anything is possible as long as you keep going at it. And in particular, like for them, as long as it comes down to consistency, right? Like if you can take home, I want to say 6 points from every round, the amount of points you get from getting at least 6 for every round is massive for the teams down towards the bottom of the bracket, right? Like, I think on average, the teams down there generally get about 10 points, maybe even 15 points in a day. So if you can consistently get 6, you're pretty happy.
True. I mean, like double digit works wonders. You don't have to get Booyah every single time.
Yeah. I think Booyahs for them down there, it's
oh, Jumbo.
What is it? Optional. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Anyways, let's take a look at our MVP for the round. It's going to be Jumbel on the side of Farang. This man has taken home 6 kills for the round with 2,800 damage and a total accuracy of 28%. So pretty high up there actually in terms of damage. 2.8k. I think on average we have been seeing, it's slowly been going up, but about 2k, I would say, has been the average damage. So Jumbel doing a lot of the heavy lifting for Farang. But I'm really excited to see Farang going into this next round because generally speaking, when they do well in one round, they carry that momentum to the next game.
I mean, like this possibly like in this case of Jumbel, I feel like this feels like the stats coming out from a grenade launcher. When you saw the very low accuracy and the high output damage coming out, and they have quite a number of elimination, feels like it. Because I think you remember the last time this contributes towards the one that Jumbel, the Farang, who was it again? AJ, do you remember the one that they actually climbed up, taking their vintage point? Was it EWG at first? I think it was EWG, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. It was really incredible. I'm surprised why EWG didn't actually do the same thing here, and they tried to get themselves. It was Jumbel specifically who actually get their higher vintage point. But well, nevertheless, still going to be Farang's game. I think like this kind of straightforward as it is.
Yep, 29 points as well. This is pretty big for Farang. I think on average, this team has been taking home about 22, 24 points if they get the booyah. So Farang fans, rejoice. Husky's probably rejoicing somewhere else, but then again, maybe he's not watching the game. So Farang, upward incline. We're still waiting. We're still waiting.
And thank goodness AV Radicals made that big mistake of challenging Orange prematurely as well, because that just allows the players of Farang to catch up with them a little bit more. AV Radicals scores a total of 9, which means 20 points of lead cut away from what AV Radicals had earlier on. It's a good start. We're back to a 50-point lead on the top of the leaderboard for AV.
You know what's funny, actually? So if AV Radicals do terribly in a round, it means that more kill points can go to the other teams because AV Radicals are not finishing the round with 20+ kills.
Yeah,
so good stuff for everyone else if AV is not doing so well. But of course, for AV Radicals, one bad round isn't going to hurt them, right? They were leading with 74 points before coming into this game. So a small bruise, but they can very easily come back because we are going into, I believe, a third game for B and C.
Correct.
So maybe AV bounce back, or maybe it's time for the underdogs to finally take a booyah in this blasted group. I'm still waiting for somebody to just come in here, ruin AV Radicals' day, even I hate to say it, but ruin Farang's day. I want them to keep going. I want the underdogs to come in and just ruin this party. But let's take a look at the overall standings. As you can see, AV Radicals sitting pretty in first place. We're going to ignore them because we know that they're so far ahead. Farang, though, with their massive point bounce up into 255 points. They're going to be pretty happy with themselves there. Axis are slowly falling behind, so it might be an impossible task eventually for Axis to overtake Farang unless they're able to pick up a very good round for this. I guess it's their last game next. So if Axis don't pick up a big point difference here, this team actually might start to fall behind alongside Expand, who also isn't doing so well.
I mean, I'm not surprised in the end of the day we have Blacklist in the top 3, like anytime, any soon. And same goes for SAF. I kind of have a bit of a question mark there, but for Blacklist, they've been popping their heads on every corner there. Plus, I'm waiting for, look at how No Escape just pushed himself up there. I just want to see the teams actually on the second page or the right side to actually get in the first page by end of today. I want to see that.
Yeah.
How many? What's the expectation here? How many are you talking about? Like all 12 is going to be impossible, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah. But at least I want to see specifically like No Escape to be in the top 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
No Escape.
Realistic.
Realistically speaking, it's doable, I think. I mean, like one more game, and not really.
Two solid games, but then the rest of the teams cannot pick up any points at all. And you're talking about teams like Sem9, Icon, Anxiety, hard to get. Susah, Chuchu, Susah.
Okay, hang on.
But still, Sem9 is
It's a good start.
nowhere where Gig Fam is at. So.
I mean,
yeah, Danny.
Look, to be fair,
You don't like Sem9, huh?
I don't think it's about not liking Sem9. I mean, they've been very lackluster today.
Oh, yeah.
They could prove us wrong. So, I mean, we're going to see some more Sem9 later on, but let's round out this game for groups B and C. We're going back onto Bermuda, and let's see if the underdog story finally comes true, or if it's just going to be the same old, same old. We don't want to see some more same old, same old. Give us some underdogs. AJ Choo-Choo, take it away.
Thank you very much, Danley. One team that I'm definitely, very, very impressed with today, Choo-Choo, has to be No Escape Revolt. Yes, they had one unfortunate round in Bermuda in game number 3, but game 1, 2, and 4 has been very impressive, especially because it is No Escape Revolt that is involved in here. And they have managed to pick up quite a number of solid points in here today. No Escape Revolt on their own, 49 points, just a few, in fact, just 7 points behind Farang, who have 56 throughout the whole day. And that is truly shocking for a team that is somewhere at the very bottom of our overall leaderboard.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, there's a lot of potential coming up from Axis, and even Expand, I'm like waiting for them to actually making a really good run today, which they don't really do much. When it comes to Bermuda Kalahari, I don't know why, but it feels like Expand is not as good if you compare it to Alpine, and also Purgatory. Feel like they're always really good at those two maps and making a bit more positive comebacks when it comes to those two maps. But when it comes to Bermuda and Kalahari, it feels like they fallen off back behind, a bit laid back, not too much. But Axis, when it comes to Bermuda, it's really good. But speaking of MC and EWG, we might have a bit of a early skirmishes, but the one that actually shooting is going to be Blacklist versus ORV in the center of it, just on top of the clock tower.
Yep, ORV once again trying to punish Blacklist, and Miro is the first blood. Fires steps up at the very right time. Time Turner, very premature, but it is sound as he steps up. AC-80, close quarters combat inside the Time Turner. Nothing happens as Flank steps up with the spaz and makes him spaz right back out to the lobby. Blacklist earlier and right now, both at the same map. Bermuda, things are just not working out for them at this clock tower.
Oh, man. The moment we said something, but yesterday Blacklist has been incredible, right?
Yeah.
They always got everything on point. They got themselves the elimination points. They got the kill points. They got everything in the bag. But it's not going to work out quite great if they keep dropping themselves in the second day, the next day here. And instead of ORV, they are not really working out quite right. I mean, like, they were really good when it comes to getting early skirmishes. They were like Icons back then. Icons now changing up their strategy if you compare with the last week, where they played a bit more safe, try to avoid unnecessary fights, try to avoid to, you know, overcommitting to certain fight that they don't feel like, you know, giving a good resources or beneficial for them.
Yeah.
But in this case, ORV feels like they are the all icons in week number 1 here. AV Radicals, on the other hand, feels like whoever stands in their way, you know what? This is going to be our foot of the day.
Let's see exactly how they play this. Ramiel, a little too far away from the rest of them. Maybe if he takes that high ground advantage, Tanamo walks out into the open. What is he even doing? This is not the usual AV Radicals that we see. This is just such scrappy plays from them. They're allowing the other teams to catch up. But could that be the plan? Could that be because they feel like they're not being challenged at all out there on the battlefield? So, you know, they just want someone, one of you of those teams to catch up with those points at the very least so that, you know, they feel a little bit of pressure, you know? They feel a little bit of a
They need the challenge.
Push. Yeah, they need the challenge. So far, no challenge.
It feels like they're giving like, yeah, we're going to start off handicap just so you guys have a bit of a fun. Well, we can actually play a bit of more challenge, but this is too much fun they're having. What is happening? We're talking about Wine here. That's very rare to see Wine actually making sort of that kind of mistake.
Yeah, but the players of AV managing to trade out 2 players, knocking them down. Jazly bleeding out, but Yana is going to be able to get there in the nick of time, and Ritus doesn't get to punish. ORV should be full squad on for the ready to the attack once again. And it's already happening. ORV swooping in to take the players of AV out of the equation. ORV, as they try to circle around, Ritus might be the survivor here that leads them away. In fact, I gotta retitle that, not the survivor, but he might be the sacrificial lamb here that is leading them away. And Ritus will get caught by Flank, who knocks into his glue wall. Time Turner pulled out by Ritus. They dance the tango, but Ritus goes down. Tanamo brings Wine right back into the equation, and that's exactly why the players of AV Radicals were so far away. Ramiel brought Tanamo back. Tanamo brought Wine back. Fantastic equalization by the players of AV Radicals, and I'm guessing Wine is gonna bring back Ritus. Seems to be the way they have been playing this so far. Good on them. The strategy, although extremely soft from the side of AV Radicals this time round, as long as they've got 3 out of 4 players out there on the battlefield, the chances of bringing the rest of them right back in here is high, Choo Choo.
I mean, like, we were right about, they feel like we need more challenge. So they exact that. They did exactly that. They're just fooling around, AJ. That's just how good they are when it comes to AV Radicals. You're like, yeah, you guys took one of us down. We're just going to revive that. Yeah, another one down. You know what? We're just going to prank you for a bit. We're coming up from behind, do stuff like that. This is a different ball game entirely. Now, I do want to ask about your sort of opinion here, AJ. Of all the teams out there, who do you think is closest to actually finally take AV Radicals down?
I mean, you mean combat skill-wise or from the leaderboard?
In overall. And we're talking about their, when it comes to their brain, how they work around with their strategy, when it comes to their firepower, their combat skills, when it comes to CQC, and how composure they are when it comes to getting the fight really well in the last minute, in a critical minute. It's like, feels like Heavy Radicals have everything in the back. Who else can actually overtake that?
Surprisingly, these two teams that you see on screen right now, Expand as well as Farang. Expand, although we haven't really seen a lot of flashy plays this week, this team has a lot of raw skills, Strategy-wise, they have that as well. They put that on perfect display in week number 1. Farang, on the other hand, not just week 1, the competitions of the past as well. Farang has shown us that they've got the quality to even go onto the world stage. So no doubt they can match up against AV Radicals. And no matter whatever people want to think and say, what's going to truly matter is the performance at the grand finals, where other teams have managed to prove themselves, except the players of AV Radicals. So that's going to be their biggest challenge. Yes, you can be the master of the league stage, the master of the group stage, but can you do the exact same thing when it comes down to the grand finals? And, when it comes down to the grand finals, teams like Farang, they played on a whole other level. Their spirit, their strategy, their approach, extremely cautious, and they usually get the top spot.
And that's kind of true. While we're looking over ORV getting the eliminations on top of the side of our new escape, we just complimented them today. And the minute we compliment some teams just going to give us some sort of a play that we never expected them, and a bit of disappointment in that in between. But Axis got themselves in the center. Well, we have also two band the rest of Farang right in the center as well, alongside with Orange Esports. Now, talking back about the others, I feel like personally, okay, you mentioned about that before, but AV Radicals don't have that sort of achievements like how Farang did, but they weren't there. They weren't there. Now, they might just take it away. But also, I have to agree with you, AJ, the fact that the problem with the Philippine teams there, right, specifically Philippine teams, they're really good in league. But when it comes to the grand final, they kind of, I don't know, is it sort of a mental game, or they're putting themselves too much pressure on it? They didn't actually perform that like how they used to be,
No, I think they perform just as well. It's just the Malaysian side wakes up and plays it very, very differently.
Wakes up. So, yeah.
Like Geek Fam of old. Now they are technically the Geek Fam of the current, They used to really kind of just dodge around the battlefield on the group stage, try out a lot of different strategies to see what works, what doesn't work. And that kind of allows them to drop a lot of points. But you see all of the other teams really trying hard to get as many as possible for themselves. And I think Orange Esports is just one of those dangerous teams from Malaysia that tries to just muck around throughout the whole group stage, trying out many different strategies, rotations, looking at which compound they can hold. Because might think that a compound is good for you, like, for example, what Bloody Heads thinks of as command post. But you don't know whether or not that command post can still be commanded in the exact same way of the previous competitions, but against some of the teams that drop into the competition of the current time, And that's exactly what makes Orange Esports a very lethal team out there on the battlefield. They're not looking for points. They don't care about the 2,000 USD. They care about the prize pool that's waiting for them at the grand finals. And all of these initial experiments is going to give them a lot of room to play with when they move on to the grand finals later.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the other team that actually feels like a bit of Orange Esports is going to be EWG. I'm not sure if you're having the same thought as I do for Eastern Wolfgang. But I feel like they're sort of the odd teams, the unpredictable, the teams that can actually surprise us. Yeah, they got their roller coaster ride with the ups and downs, but at the same time, the moment we mentioned about them, they'll be pinned down by the side of NC. Dino and the rest of the team tried to corner them down, but not too much, because they got the advantage. Yes, sometimes elevation is not working out quite great, but in this case, it is. But for the side of NC, Spotted on 2 are trying to hike up around the corner. It's a bit slippery hills here. Jay-Z being down. It's going to be NC taking this one. Easy one. Jay-Z finish off straight away. NC, they got this on their side no matter what. Regardless, if they can't close this, something must have gone so wrong.
Yeah, Ryu on for the pickup now, but can Manchai get there? Max 7, yes, takes down the glue wall and sprayed down. Fantastic play and response by Ryu. Headshot perfection. Tua super low on HP. 2 medkits to work with, but he doesn't heal himself up. What are you waiting for, Mr. Tua? I guess nothing. Here comes a good nade. just off by 3 millimeters, and Tua
There you go.
finally gets put out of the equation. I mean, at that point, he just gave up on life.
He knows there's no way out. You saw how they just got all the way for MC just now. That's why I said if they didn't win this fight, something must have gone so wrong for them. But I'm surprised how some of the teams coming out from MC. I was asked just now who slid it down to the slope. It was not really necessary for him to actually do that because there's no way in. That's the only option for the side of the team to actually go into the entry point just now. AV taken down on the side of Orange. Now, this is kind of brutal to watch, but Tanamo and Wine, one of the first one to actually be obliterated quite early on before they got revived, and now they're working so well as a duo. Taking Orange Esport, another revenge fight. Previous match, Orange Esport taking them down quite early on, but this time, you know what everybody said? You guys decimated us in the previous match. This time it's our turn, and they got quad race so fast. Orange can't even breathe there.
G-Sports getting suffocated. Let's see if not Bloody Heads can breathe after ORV tries to challenge them. Face first into those gunshots, and Jazly AC-80 engagement, close range combat. This guy is a freaking monster and manages to get the quick score, but Bloody Head turns the tables, and ORV just like that bites the dust. They might be able to hit hard sometimes, but consistency not on their side, unfortunately. Bloody Head, this team is still trying to maintain their pressure that they have in the competition. So far, they've been dropped down to the 16th spot, and they are desperately trying to climb their way right back up. But Axis Esports versus AV Radicals, this is a big engagement. Grenade takes down Raph. That's the biggest, that's the toughest link on the side of Axis, and a good shutdown onto Neptune as well. AV Radicals taking out the monsters before they prey on the others.
My God, this is a different beast entirely. I'm not sure which planet this guy's coming up from for AV Radicals. It's just so good the way they actually plays themselves. Romeo playing the long shots, while Tanamo and also One just going to move forward with Tanamo leading off One to actually support his back, and Ree to finish off. This just so flawless coming up from the side of AV Radicals.
And back-to-back engagement as the players of H2G now spot the squad of Expand too fast. Grenade in hand, but he doesn't manage to pop it off because Batman has the grenade launcher. Response, Too Fast is picked up. Too Fast right behind there. Ares hasn't run out just yet. The Axel gets caught off, and Ares sprays him down. Cobra responds to the Max 7. Ares takes out Too Fast. Back and forth. It's just Cobra doing all of the responses for the players of Expand. But here comes No Escape Revolt as well. They want to be the third party that eats away at all of these teams. Batman has no time to recover his HP. He gets shut down, and Cobra is still alive. No Escape Revolt, you better be careful. But Bloody Head, they have got their watchful eyes on these engagements as well from afar.
Oh, Frazy. All he got himself is just a glue wall to hang on for a bit. Slurpee on the other end. Now, Expand, they got himself the compound, yes, but I don't like how you just don't have more eyes watching from the outskirts, but it feels like Roy heard exactly that. Kalo out straight away, coming from Bloody Head, losing men here. Expand too fast. He's so good when it comes to grenades. He's tossing it out multiple times. He's still got 6 more of them. Don't have enough glue wall anymore. But in the meantime, they have to make the push-in quest on the ground. No escape. Feels like they really couldn't escape here. But Roy, been backstabbed just now. Never mind. Too fast. Trying to make a bit of damage control. Slurpee approaching. Jinquest bleeding out. And too fast just to make a bit of a damage control. But it's not going to be enough. Frazy trying to find the rest of the side of Expand. Too fast. It's really fast for Frazy. My God. It's going to be Frazy last person here. Mono to mono between these two guys. Too fast. Expand Eliminator. This is the team that we're hoping for to get a different ball game entirely.
Yep, Spade from afar now, AC-80, Freezy just trying to sneak in. Oh, pity that guy. Circle damaging him, Spade damaging him. Neither one managing to take him down just yet. Freezy tops his health right back up on the prone just in case there's any bit of penetration power from the snipe. But it's just an AC-80, no AWMs to worry about. Freezy has the same gun. Glue wall taken down. He just dropped his health back up just to get it ducked right back down. Farang, on the other hand, takes the fight up against 2 different teams. The backstab from AV Radicals as No Escape revolt gets taken down by the one and only Spade. Farang shuts them down. AV Radicals used to shut down Farang instead. And too bad inside of the house with the Charge Buster, but Wine with the exact same response. 11 kills so far. Wine way too good with that aim. My goodness.
Goodness me, that was just incredible. But look at Morgana coming up from bloody hell. You know what? I know this is heavy radicals. I'm not going to climb down now. This is a scary one. He just won't actually budge from where he's actually just taking a bit of a height for now. But for the side of Farang, this is a scary prospect. Nobody wants to be at the receiving end right now. Heavy radicals is just going really monstrous. The beast has been flushing out the entirety of this compound. And Farang feels like they start to, fumble down bit by bit. These guys just really crazy. Look at how aggressive they are, AJ.
Yeah, way too good. And now Wine. Charge Buster busts through one glue wall, the second one on standby. Spades is waiting for Wine to make his way through so that he can respond. Pulls up yet another glue wall to keep him a little busy. Spade steps on fourth. Wine Charge Buster. Spade sidesteps him, but Thanamo with the AWM close quarters. How are they even doing this? 13 kills so far. AV Radicals looking for the booyah. Dealing with one by one the players of Farang. Off screen, we do not see exactly who the third team is. Thanamo dancing the tango. Too bad. Charge Buster versus AWM, and Farang gets eliminated as Retus takes a more equal combat. Charge Buster versus Charge Buster. Retus wins that equation, and it's now AV Radicals versus Morgana with a pistol.
Morgana, that patience, it's well deserving, yeah. All he can do is just accepting his fate. There you go, AV. Your booyah to take. Bloody heck, what a smart move from Morgana just to persevere till the last minute. And this gonna be the Shadow Toy Hit Meskin flashing out for every Radicals booyah again. Goodness me, how aggressive this team can get. The sky is not even the limit here.
Yeah, way too aggressive. I mean, AV Radical just spotting out those plays. I mean, extremely accurately. And there's just no stopping this team. One of the most biggest, baddest, 100% lethal team out there on the battlefield. It doesn't seem like they're going to drop the ball anytime soon. Farang catching up. What? We are going to make our way forward once again. That's the response from AV Radicals right back after Farang manages to cut that lead down by just a tad bit.
They really have fun. Yeah, Danny, you saw how they had fun earlier just now, right?
I mean, everyone can have fun, even if it means maybe having some chaos, if you want to put it. Maybe some heart attacks if you're fans. Oh goodness, but I was hoping we get.
Speechless.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to put this. I want to see other teams get booyahs here. I'm sorry, AV Radicals. Like, you guys have...
No way.
You've hogged that top place for far too long. You've been hogging all the kills. You've been hogging all the placement points. You got to give something back. I think at this point, if you're Garena, you got to say, all right, you guys... Second half of the tournament, you're not playing. You can go on holiday. We're not going to put you in a group. You can just do whatever you want.
Maybe the third week's like, I have to actually make things balanced. Like, AV Radicals will not be playing in the third week. That's it.
Oh, goodness.
Take an entire week as vacation. That's it. I mean, like, right now, they feels like they're on different ballgame entirely. Nowhere the other teams, even Expand, I'm looking for Expand to actually do something about this because we saw a lot of flashy plays coming up from them. But the closest one to actually take... I don't even know it's even close enough for Farang to actually take AV Radicals down. It's just, if you look at how when it comes to the technicalities, how their skills, how their knowledge when it comes to approaching certain match and certain map, they just know everything way better, and it's just
next level.
Too much of a difference.
Yeah, the team is just next level. It almost seems like nobody can really compete on the same level as AV Radicals. But we say this too early because it's not Grand Finals day, and we always know that Grand Finals, that's when things get really shaken up, and all of a sudden the leaderboard squad is mortal. Very mortal. But they might prove us wrong. You know, this might be one of the few times where the leaderboard dominating team actually claims that grand final spot. It's too early to say, we're only halfway through, right? So let's sort of break things down a little bit as my cat wants to jump on my lap. No, sorry, you can jump on it later when we watch this game. But B and C are done. All right, so B have concluded all of their games for today, and they're going to sit on the sidelines and have to wait until next week after the shuffle as well. We don't even know what's going to happen with the groupings. But C will continue on and play against Group A for the remaining matches of today. Group C, they still seem pretty unstoppable. How would we say is the status of Group C? Let's pretend that AV Radicals doesn't exist. How are the remaining How are the remaining teams doing? And is it just going to be a case of Group C just rolling all over Group A again? Because it seems to be the story every single time.
Yeah, I mean, C was playing, but Blacklist as well as Pando, we don't see the kind of consistency they used to bring in, or at the very least what they brought in for week number 1, right? So that's a little bit painful. Expand showed up once and then no consistency from them as well. So overall, Group C seems to be kind of nerfed this time around, which is fantastic, right? That's exactly what we want to see, improvement from all of the other teams. And once again, that was my main benchmark. Not how they perform against the other teams, not at all, but how do they improve from the previous week? And I'm glad to see some of the bigger teams kind of getting nerfed this time around and the smaller names making their way up. NC, this time they kind of bucked up a little bit, but Nova Escape Revolt still, I've got my eyes on them, and I just am curious as to what else will they be able to bring in next week, because this week, week 2, especially day 2 of week 2, has been tremendously awesome for Nova Escape Revolt.
Yeah, I think this is good news for Nova Escape Revolt. I mean, this is going to be someone that we need to look out for. Maybe they pull off not necessarily a complete orange esports, but maybe that's going to be a team that appears out of nowhere, makes it to top 12, and just rolls over, maybe not all the participating teams, but a lot of them.
But I hate to break the bad news here. The moment they got themselves the momentum, right? They have to go a bit of a downtime here, since that's the last match they're playing. I mean, when you stop for a bit and you wait for next week, you might not have the same momentum anymore coming up from No Escape.
Okay, think of it as a cool down period. Everyone needs a cool down. They used their ultimate. They played amazing. So they just have to have a little bit of a break. Now they're going to come back stronger than ever and kick some butt.
What if it's the other way around, though? What if it's the other way around? Because from my experience, the team that actually suddenly have the momentum, it's such a huge bummer if they got stopped, the momentum straight off, like quite a long time. But in this case, you know what? Hey, we got all 4 men of AV Radicals for MVP now.
Oh, finally. Okay, you know what? I think production heard you and they were like, all right, Chuchu, we're going to do this.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys.
Oh, goodness.
It's a little insane, right? Because yes, this guy finally gets his MVP slot. But if you want to assess the kind of prowess that AV Radicals has in the competition, all 4 of their main players now dominate the top 4 spots in the overall kills picked up in the competition. Led by Wine with 65 kills, Tanamo with 48, Ramiel with 47, and Ritus with 43. All other teams below them. AV Radicals is playing this competition on a totally different level in comparison to the rest of the teams in the competition, which is a little ridiculous because not only are they consistent with finding the final circle, but they're so lethal when it comes to those gunfights. And if this team bombs out in the grand finals, I am going to be like the most disappointed guy in the world of Free Fire.
It's quite too early.
I sense a meme. The potential meme. Birth of the question mark AJ meme.
You know what? Since there's so many AV Radical players actually on the MVP, right? So they deserve themselves a vacation as a reward. So the vacation is going to be the 3rd week while we wait for the other teams to actually balance things out. So maybe, you got yourself as the most like halfway through the league. The vacation is the award, the reward for this guy. So, I mean, like, it's a good thing still, right? But they don't play.
Yeah.
Just to balance things out.
Well, it depends on what the players consider vacation, right? Because like playing Free Fire for them is probably their version of vacation. So
that's true.
I'm not quite sure what they consider a holiday, but AV Radicals, I mean, these guys are plastered everywhere on the leaderboard. They're in discussions. I just think like they don't even need to play MCPS anymore. Like just say, all right, you guys are on straight to Worlds. You don't even have to play in this tournament anymore. Go. We'll sort everybody else out. No, that's so bad.
They're just too overpowering.
They're so strong.
Overpowering.
Yeah, they're crazy. Anyway, so we're going to wrap things up here for Group B and C. AB Radicals take home 15 kills alongside the Booyah for the round, which means 27 points going to land in their pocket. And of course, that's going to widen the gap between them and Farang yet again, which, yes, Farang managed to land second place thanks to those 6 kills, but with the extra points AB Radicals got, I think they may have just re-established their dominance as the kings of that leaderboard. Bloodyhead going to be happy with their positioning though. 14 points to end this round. We don't see them up here too often, so it's good to see that they take home a nice portion of points. Same thing with ORV X-Men, 11 points, and No Escape Revolt, 11 as well. This is very good for these two teams. Actually, NC Esports as well. I mean, middle of the pack for this round. Fantastic for our underdogs. Now, overall standings, as we can see right now, AB Radicals 336 points, Farang 269, massive gap between these two teams. Expand 220 points. They have not been able to climb up anywhere near AB Radicals, and I dare even say that they're starting to lose this second place war against Farang as well. Their performance today has been very lackluster.
I mean, like, I don't know. Today's just been a day that feels like a lot of domination coming from AB Radicals mostly, and they just wipe off everyone off the map. For Expand, on the other hand, I have to agree. I want to see more of them, but it just didn't work out quite right. I'm not sure if it's something about the map. They don't really feel good about it. When we compare to week number 1, when it comes to Bermuda and Kalahari, they didn't perform as well if you compare with Alpine and Purgatory anyways, right, AJ?
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, if you want to take a look at the performance of Expand, they did very well on Bermuda. And if you take a look at their Kalahari performance in week 1, they did even better, right? They scored 54 points there. But this week seems to be a little bit of a challenge, because the last time we saw them dance at Kalahari, they took 1 point, which doesn't seem like the usual Expand. But I guess we can rest easy, because Group C stays in the equation here, as they will close out the day against Group A a little bit later on. So maybe there's still an opportunity here to see them fight their way up to the top. But AB Radicals, that's the radical team, the other squads need to kind of get rid of from the very get-go, because we see the other teams capable of picking up more kill points, like you guys pointed out earlier on, when AB Radicals is not part of that final circle.
Yeah, I mean, they're starving the lobby, right?
Yeah.
Like, their general playstyle just cripples everybody else. So you're gonna get rid of AB Radicals, but that's a big task in itself. It almost feels like you need people to group up on AB Radicals to even have a chance at eliminating them. But anyways, B and C are done for today, and also Group B is done for this week. Third Booyah of the day went into the pockets of AB Radicals on Bermuda. Farang were able to at least claim the crown here on Kalahari, and then finally for the last game here for Group B, AB Radicals yet again have stolen away a potential Booyah from any team that could have been from Group B. So Group B may be a little bit sad this week, but I think big things are on the horizon for us, because especially with the group swaps, I think that's when we're going to see some big changes. Who ends up with AB Radicals in their group? I think that's the big thing. And also who benefits from these swaps as well, because we do see every now and again, there are some teams that do terribly during the first half of the season because they get an unfavorable group. Second half of the season, they get a better grouping, and all of a sudden their performance skyrockets. So lots of things on the horizon, but we're not going to look too far ahead. We are going to look at these last 2 games. It's going to be Groups A versus C. Is it going to be C domination? Very likely. But maybe A are going to come back and bite them in the butt and say, where are our points? We need those points as well. This is a team game. This is not an AB Radicals game. It's a big ask, but I think it's going to be a very exciting matchup indeed. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go for a quick break. So as always, if you need to go to the toilet, this is the best time to do it. Toilet, snacks, call your friends, do whatever you need. Tell your mum to vacuum the floor now. She has 5 minutes, because hopefully she's done by then, and we can jump right into the game and you can watch peacefully from the comfort of your couch, your TV, your phone, whatever you want to watch Free Fire on. That's going to be up to you. We're going to be back in 5 minutes. Thank you for watching, and we're going to see you after this. Oh, it was a little too early. All right. Thanks for watching Survivors. We'll see you in 5 minutes.
Where have been?
Here before.
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by birth fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers. Stronger together.
We fight to make.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Where have been?
Here before.
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by birth fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Where have been?
Here before.
As players.
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
Joined by birth fresh.
And returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries.
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
With the boy, once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Wave
Here before,
As players
And as fans, some of us are returning major veterans.
Others, Challenger Series contenders.
joined by birth fresh.
and returning faces looking to steal the glory. 4 countries,
Stronger together.
We fight to make.
Farang with the booyah once again.
MCPS. Power in numbers.
Hello, survivors, and welcome back to the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 4. We've just finished up 2 of our groups, with Group B completing all of their matches for today. But that leaves Groups A and C to duke it out in our final 2 games, and for us to see whether or not these kills are actually going to go to the entire lobby, or if AV Radicals are just going to bag them up and say, these are our kills, you guys can duke it out for placement points. That's really been the story of this Group C situation so far. But AJ, Choo Choo, welcome back to the broadcast.
Thank you.
What's going to happen for these games? Like, is it just going to be AV Radicals? Because so far they've been looking on point today.
Nerf AV Radicals. That's the only for the other teams to actually have a bit of a spotlight for them. So far, it's been AV Radicals Day. The entire team got themselves individual MVP, each one of them. And you mentioned earlier before, AJ, when it comes to the kill points, all of them being hogged around by AV Radicals. I'm like, that's so far off.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 203 kills in the competition so far, and the closest one to them, Farang, is about 50 slays behind, right? And that just shows the kind of mechanical supremacy that the team of AV Radicals brings into the competition. But I think at this point, teams just need to figure out how to do the best for themselves, because catching up with the #1 spot is turning out to be something that is impossible. But I also remember back at MCP Majors Season 1, where we thought that it was going to be tough to catch up with Geek Fam. Teams still managed to catch up. How? We will not discuss that right now, but teams still managed to catch up, Danny.
I mean, okay, it was a particular team, if I'm thinking of the same tournament as well, and it may have actually had Radicals in it, but we won't talk about that. It was a very interesting, very peculiar situation, but what we will talk about is the code that is currently on the screen. If you haven't already, do claim our giveaway code for today. It's a time-limited code that's going to end, or at least expire at the end of the broadcast. So now is the best time to claim it, and also share it with your friends and family, because these are absolutely free. You do not need to do anything special aside inputting that code to claim these wonderful boxes. The Winterland weapon loot crates. Make sure you grab them. It is free. And thank you, Garina, for making this possible. And thank you for showering us with all of these gifts. We're going to jump into our second last game of the day. It is Kalahari for Groups A and C. Now, so far, we have seen AV Radicals crush their Bermuda games, but Kalahari seems to be a bit of a different story. But here's the thing, okay? They lost to Farang, but then again, that match was a little bit interesting because AV Radicals kind of went downhill, and Farang, they love Kalahari. But how about everyone else for Kalahari in these 2 groupings? We'll find out what happens right now with Groups A and C as we jump into this match in 30 seconds. Choo Choo, AJ, take it away.
Thank you, Danny. But I think the one that she mentioned about the Radicals back then, I think it was called PXG Radicals, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But it's the same Radicals that we have right now with the AV Radicals anyway. But they are the Radicals here regardless. But speaking of A versus C, Kalahari, I have a feeling that I'm not sure is Farang still going to drop over Refinery, because Orange do love that spot, right? So when it comes to A versus C, are they still going to contest it over, or are they just going to leave it be?
Unfortunately, Farang Group B, kakak. So
Hey, sorry.
they
I was
will
thinking about
say
Farang.
like, okay,
Yeah, that's
you
why.
guys can take Refinery.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I did the exact
I forgot
same
that.
thing. I did the exact same thing dengan Geek Fam just now at Clock Tower. I was like, where is Geek Fam? Geek Fam
Yeah.
not playing.
But it's going to be Blacklist. This time it's going to be Blacklist on top of Refinery. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, but
Yeah.
this time it's a hot drop between Sem9 and Geek Fam potentially. No. Yes, it is going to be because both of them won Santa Catarina, but Sem9 changing their minds at their very final moment
Oh,
as they
expand.
skew towards the right-hand side and drop closer towards Stone Ridge. But Geek Fam might be able to fire against them, and Expand is just lost.
Why is Aspan doing? Look at how the players dropped themselves into 4 different corners entirely. I don't think this worked quite right when you're fighting against the full force of entire different teams there. I'm not sure what they're planning on. For Expand, this is like they are throwing down whatever they worked for the last week down the drain easily here.
I mean, it's a tough one. Too Fast is bought back like as quickly as he's taken down. So a good strategy by the players of Expand to at least
now?
revive. Yeah, Zen OP taken down by Xroy. Good play. And they're just playing this by luck right now, the team of Expand. I think the decision to take the individual drops wasn't really a plan. As they were flying in, they saw multiple teams jumping off of that initial flight as well, and they decided to scramble because they knew splitting up increases their chances of surviving out there on the battlefield. Instead of everybody dropping into one compound, and if you're surrounded, everybody gets to share the loot in that one compound. And if it is a terrible situation where you're surrounded by 2 different teams, then you don't get out of there, right? So in that way, I respect the decision made by Expand.
God.
They've managed to recover just a little bit. Cobra shuts down Miro, but just traded out by Ashura. Fantastic play by Blacklist. And I feel like this might just be a horrible start for the Expand squad.
I really don't have a clue what they have in mind right now because it didn't work out quite right for them. But what's something more interesting coming up from EWG? They lost earlier one man before. I think they're going to revive him ASAP because AV took them down just now. And this is just surprising for me because, you know, AV to actually start fight quite too early, it's kind of a rare side actually. They're always starting off in the middle of a game or when they start to loot up, not straight off the bat when they landed themselves 2 feet on the ground. But Anxiety, always one of the few that actually start to force a fight here against Orange, who try to out-circle them in a wide sort of angle coming out from behind everywhere there is. So one person for each different angle coming up from Anxiety, but at the same time, Orange, I have a feeling this is their time to shine. Hopefully they can actually clutch this one out.
Anxiety from up top. Too Fast once again with the revival gameplay. Axel brings Cobra back. Good teamwork. They split up and they're using individual buy points to revive their team members who were down a little bit earlier on by Blacklist International. Anxiety, right-hand side flank from God Toby as well as Chessman. Jabat's going to be in trouble, but Jabat has a great gun to defend himself. The Mac-10. Let's see if he can spray and pray because he's being surrounded by 2 players at the same time. Chessman from outside. Inside it is going to be God Toby, and God Toby gets it with the Akimbo revolver. Fantastic play, and it is just extra kills for Anxiety from the very get-go here, which they're desperately going to need because Anxiety was pushed down to the 10th spot earlier on. They're going to need a lot to move back on to that the left-hand side of the leaderboard.
But in the meantime, Blacklist versus Expand is going to be the next round here. And also Anxiety, where they actually won themselves that fight just now. Definitely it's not too far off where Expand's actually start to fire against the side of Blacklist. We do have a couple of teams just passing by at the same time. Not sure if they kind of sort of interested enough that to be part of it. But Ashura, a grappling hook, just swapping over to the pan. While Faiz is still trying to spot where the exact positions where the rest of the Expands are as the Blacklist start to move forward. Too fast. Faiz feels like he wants to backstab him from the blind spot, but it's just a bit too hard for him to spawn out. But still going to hook himself straight to his side of Too Fast, who's spotting him up straight away, going out to the first floor, onto the ground, just going to build this one out. Axel is just too far. Now, we haven't seen a lot of Axel plays this day. I'm not sure what happened to him yet, AJ.
Yeah, it could just be them trying out something very different, but it's not going their way though. Axel manages to get a knock, and the biggest difference here is Axel's not bringing his sniper into place, not holding those far angles, not making sure he can, because on day one, that's the kind of sublime play that we were seeing from the side of Expand, right? Axel holding off to those crazy angles, allowing Cobra to do Cobra stuff out there on the battlefield, but Too Fast seems to be stepping up with the Car 98 as well. But the team of Expand, they are trying to change up their strategy in week 2. And if there's anything they should learn from this experience is whatever they're trying is not working.
That's true. It's like, why fix something that's not even broken to start with? Like, they got themselves quite a good sort of a role when it comes to Axel being the sniper. Cobra just going to be rushing and forward, just taking all the shots there. It just didn't work really well for them. I'm a bit disappointed with Too Fast. Definitely the Grenadier coming up from that side. It's just everybody feels like they're not being pushed to full potential when they're trying to... Feels like more they're suppressing the potential here when they sort of change their strategy. Cover up EWG, Retooth, and it's going to be an easy eliminations and kills coming up from AV Radicals. It's just, when we talk about AV Radicals, you know what? It's so hard to see them losing sort of fights. I'm not surprised they keep on... They're just monsters right now. They just run and gun, and that's it. But on the side of X-Men, I was hoping so much for them to actually be the top contenders against AV Radicals.
But this is what I'm proud of. I think Expand is doing this on purpose. These boys are clearly listening to what we are saying, because what I was saying was, you just need to go out there and play the game of survival, practice your survival gameplay, and that's exactly what Expand is surprisingly doing. They are moving compound to compound. Yes, they're getting shut down, first by Blacklist, twice by Blacklist, I have to say, and then now against Toda potentially, but they have also managed to maneuver around and continuously, back-to-back, revive all of their players on the battlefield. It doesn't seem like Expand is going in for a gunfight. Expand is experimenting on how quickly they can bring their players back in once they get taken down. I'm loving this.
Yeah, it's good to actually have a lot of cuts before you're heading to the grand finals. That's kind of true. But at the same time, if it doesn't work quite right for them, they need to actually figure out what the loophole was. And for the side of Expand, this is okay for now, because lucky enough, they got themselves that revive. What happened if during the revival, they just got stopped by another team? You have to think about that kind of outcome as well. But instead of Toda, they used to be one of the best out there, but right now they're a bit of in a slump and kind of cornered themselves in a lot of glue walls. And one nade can just rule them all here. We're waiting for that one toss of nade, but never mind. Chill happened to be trying to backstab them from behind. Open up the time turner. Just gonna pop a couple of the glue walls, but will be gonna be enough as Cobra just blind going. What an effort there coming up from Cobra, but taking up on the side of Todak. What the retaliating coming up from Todak. Roy just getting the vintage point here, and it's going to be Expand taking a new kill leader for now, but they need to reset themselves. They need to have a bit of a revive, because Todak still trying to pin down the rest of Expand. Excel on the ground, but I personally feel like Excel really best when it comes to sniping.
Yeah, the CQC is where the players of Expand just kind of losing the plot a little bit, but they are the kill leaders of this lobby for a reason. But Icon, that's what is the kind of element that was unexpected. A third party in this equation. Expand, you leave it to them to kind of settle Toda all on their own. They won't have much of an issue. But when you throw in a third squad into the equation, that's exactly where things start to get a little bit too difficult to handle. And therefore, they back away. They do not want any part of this engagement anymore. I believe X-Roy is looking for that revival platform. And Too Fast, on the other hand, is just going to be holding on to that high ground advantage, just keeping an eye on the movements of Toda. And Chill gets caught out in the open. Good glue wall being forced out by Chill. But the position of Too Fast given away as well. AC-80 to play around with, a great gun to have, but I hope he has a Mag 7 as well, because this team is about to rush him down.
I'm looking forward for Pedro's performance. Every time the camera pans onto them.
Back.
Yeah, well, hello, welcome back. Expand feels like they're having a bit of a refreshment, a bit of a reset. Well, instead of AV Radicals, they don't need revival for now, because they are just bulldozing, obliterating every single team that they can actually find. And Anxiety is going to be the next target. It's just, you know what, they're different monsters entirely. But still, they got a bit of a counter fire, maybe, but not going to be enough. The number will be revived for now. Anxiety, on the other hand, really anxious fighting this entire new team. This is incredible. I'm like, AV Radicals, what going to stop them now?
Yeah, this is 100% a Radical team. And it's not easy to engage against them and pull away anything at all from all of those fights unless you just have, the luck of gods all on your side. AB Radicals just way too good. But Expand, as quickly as they brought their players in, without a lot of firepower, they get snuffed out. They lose 2 players again. This team is so coachable. I mean, we're just suggesting things out here on the broadcast and they're taking it to heart, right? They are literally going in there, continuously dropping, reviving, and it's going to pay its dividends in the grand finals later on.
And that's kind of true. You have to change your strategy. You can't use the same thing when you're using it in the league. Yes, it's good for you to experiment some new stuff when it comes in the league. That's what's good about the league. You can actually grow your potential even furthermore. But the thing is, you have to do something very unpredictable when it comes to the grand finals. You have to show your best cards down there because it's going to be only a 2-day thing. If I'm not mistaken, grand final is going to be 2 days only, right, AJ?
I believe so.
So because you know what, I'm kind of new in the scene, so yeah, pardon me. But yeah, back to the side of it, the grand finals is where that's where everything you learn from the league, you put it the best out there. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. And that's the only time. If you miss it, you're going to miss it. But sort of for the teams that actually didn't make it, for the top tier teams in the league right now, I'm not surprised if they suddenly really take the baton when it comes to the grand finals, because all they need to do is just be in the top 12. That's it. Maybe there's sort of a drive when it comes to the prize pool, but when it comes to the real game, it's going to be always the grand finals here. Why would you want to show all your cards now when you actually really want to use it in the grand finals here?
Yeah. And usually that's for people who actually even have cards to play. Some of the teams, they barely have enough cards. So
they only got 1 card to do, like 1 card only.
Once you play that already, you've got nothing else. So, you might as well try to play that again and again, right? Blacklist International, after getting the job done against a majority of the players from the side of Expand, have managed to find the center of the circle. But the question is, do they have the rest of the players back with them? Command Post, on the other hand, in the stronghold of Bloodyhead as usual. But the circle's going to pressure both of these teams out ever so shortly. Toda knows the presence of Bloodyhead here. And Expand sneaking into the back of Command Post as well. And Bloodyhead haven't turned around just yet. Expand, is this a good idea? Eastern Wolves gang, that sure as heck is a terrible idea for them. Outside of the circle, very slow, they rotate in, and then getting snuffed out one after the other. But the fight between Expand as well as Bloodyhead finally breaks out. Time Turner, Tango, Void Face, drop, Expand, Cobra lost out there on the battlefield, and I believe this might just be the final engagement for the Expand squad.
Well, it's not great for the sort of Expand at all. We're waiting for their uprise, but it feels like we're looking over and witnessing their downfall just today. Axel finally make this might be a comeback for them. Feels like it. Axel survived, but what?
Toda,
where did that shot come from?
The Toda was just so lucky in there because initially it was supposed to be Bloodyhead versus Toda, but Expand stuck their noses in where it doesn't belong. Once again, moving into Command Post, and they pay the price. Bloodyhead stood their ground, and this is the reason why nobody challenges Bloodyhead at their home ground of Command Post. The players of Expand might have been a little lucky in week number 1, but Bloodyhead's really punishing them this time around. And the little bit of distraction just helped Toda to take advantage of the situation as the third party. One good shot towards the back of Axel, and no survival gameplay for you anymore. And I don't think the team picked up a lot of kill points as well. So, but I'm just gonna chuck this game up to strategy for the side of Expand. So not a lot of losses because they are not worried about losing a couple of ranks in the league stage. They know they are capable of getting into the grand finals. This team is wondering how can they rip away that lion's share of that prize pool down at the grand finals later on. So I respect the decision by the team. But as for the rest of them, they need to figure out how to deal with AV Radicals who are still radical in this part of the competition as well.
I kind of agree. Right now, what their main focus are, not just going to be they being the top 12, also how to actually overcome this when they are facing them, especially the Radicals during grand finals. But here comes AV Radicals just popping out so many in the kill feed right now. While GigFam trying to take a bit of a counter, but Sam9 kind of stuck there. AV Radicals, GigFam, this is where they can shine here. You can take the Titans down. You might get yourself a big statement there. Hopefully they don't find for revenge for the next round here, hopefully. For Yasta, just going to pin them down with a lot of sprays coming up from Marpis as well in different angle entirely, guarding around Icon, making sure Eddie cannot make an entrance at all. They will not be breached at this point. But Tudak and Navy Tanamo is going to be AV Radicals. Tanamo on the ground, but it's okay. Tanamo is always being the bait for the entire team. But Zach, on the other hand, I think he's the last member surviving, eliminated just now. We're down to 4 teams, definitely. AV Radicals versus Gig. It's going to be also 7-9 Fikri on the other. Now, I'm loving this Gig fam reason. Like, they really have a lot of promising, and they have so much potential. I feel like they can actually do even more than what we just witnessed.
I hope so, because their performance in week 1 was just way like worlds, apart in comparison to their performance in week 2 here. They haven't really been able to outshine themselves, and that's my main benchmark. It's not against the other teams. How are you performing against your own performance on the exact same map? And Geek Fam, in my books, haven't really outperformed themselves. But getting to the final circle, this is something good. Can they command it? Because technically, they have to win this. They've got the game of numbers against all of the other 3 teams out there who only have 1 representative each. You play your prioritization of engagement wrong, and you are going to be punished. First of all, Fikri is going to be the dangerous one, and as I say that, he takes that headshot against Hakimi, but no angle whatsoever to secure that kill, which will force Fikri to reposition. Ramiel, though, on that right-hand side, who repositions as Fikri tries to get a little bit closer to him. Smart move from Ramiel. AV want to play the game of survival first. Icon outside of the circle will be caught by Yasta. Apis keeping an eye on him as well. Not many grenades on the side of Geek Fam to play around with. Glue wall down. Eddie, who might say bye-bye, but still playing the game of survival, finally goes out in the 5th spot. 4 more teams left out there on the battlefield, and Geek Fam wants to eat them all.
Well, effort coming up from those guys, but still Gig Fam have the numbers like we mentioned before. Fikri on the other hand kind of cornered himself in his zone. AV Radicals eliminated final, but still maintain their consistency at the top 3 there. Down to 2, Fikri. Can he actually clutch this? The entire force, he got 1. Fikri off 7-9, trying to get 2. Oh, but finally down is gonna be it. I mean, like, no way, there's not gonna flunk this one out, but Gig Fam with Hakimi as the MVP, taking a booyah away with a splendid of the Shadow Thorn Hitman skin. But Gig Fam, you know what? 7-9 or no 7-9, who cares? They are Gig Fam.
I mean, it was a good showdown towards the very end, but it is just a little unfortunate that Fikri had no backup whatsoever. If you ask me who was cleaner in that final circle, it has to be Fikri with the repositions, with the accuracy of the shots out of the AWM as well. I absolutely love it. And Geek Fam, if they had obviously lost it, I would be extremely disappointed, because they were supposed to win that final engagement, because they had supreme numbers in that final circle. All the other teams only had themselves to depend on, but Geek Fam could depend on teamwork.
I also think that has to be the winning cliff. I swear, every time we have a circle in that vicinity, whoever occupies that high ground cliff seem to just have the advantage. They've got the numbers, they've got the weapon, they've got the loot. And so for Geek Fam, if anything, they've got to be so happy with themselves to be able to secure that booyah. Firstly, AV Radicals, this was a really tough game for them. They came into that the final zone with 1 person. They got sniped in the back as well. Fikri, I mean, he was on his own, so.
I mean, he got one headshot, but then he realized, I mean, like, yeah, I got that 1 headshot, then what I'm going to do about it? I just can't go there and finish everything off, because he was on the other side of a sort of a rock structure where it's kind of a bit of a... And then the moment he jumped down, it's a bit too late, because the zone just closing in the strings, and he just couldn't make it.
Yeah. I mean, it was really tough. It's 1 versus 4. I don't know what you're going to be really expecting from that matchup. If you can 4v1, then you're going to be a next level god. But it's very, very difficult to have the correct situation for someone to be able to get that 4v1. So Fikri, he tried to sacrifice himself to the blue zone. They ran around him. I guess he ran out of resources, wasn't able to get that full block off. But 7-9 also going to be happy with themselves, right? 2nd place. There's going to be some much needed points, because we also need to keep in mind that 7-9, I hate to say it, they're actually at risk of being not eliminated, but not qualifying for top 12. That's the one thing I'm worried about for this team, because they haven't been consistent up until this point. They've been dropping further and further down the leaderboard as we go. Things could change next week, as we said, right? We've got the shuffle going on, but I'm worried for this team.
Worry not, ma'am, because there are not many teams below them who have a lot of potential to overcome the supremacy of Sem9. And there are a couple of teams who are doing slightly better than Sem9 right now, who might just get snuffed out once Sem9 gets very serious in the competition. I don't see Sem9 being serious just yet. Fikri, with that engagement, I think he outperformed a lot of expectations. It was a 4v1, but he took 2 out of the equation. And finally, it was the circle that was damaging him as well, which kind of caught him off guard, right?
Yeah.
But he wasn't trying to give his life away to the circle. He was just looking for a defensive compound. I mean, there's like nothing to cover you. And he just went towards the outskirts where, you know, there's a little bit of plus and minus. Yes, you get that initial bit of defense, but when the circle starts moving, that's about it, right? But the accuracy-wise from Fikri and his positioning, I really loved it. It's just unfortunate that he didn't have any backup. It was a 2v4 from Sem9 versus Geek Fam. Things could have been a little bit different for them this time around.
Yeah, I do agree. If they had one more warm body to back him up, I think it was very possible that they could have taken that
shield,
BR.
you mean?
No, just another warm body, you know, because they're shooting at the other person, right? So Fikri can do his stuff. He's a guy that definitely needs to be enabled, but I guess in any situation, 4v1, you need somebody to back you up.
You needed the CQC guy, you know, and he just didn't have that backup. But he did do fairly well, I would have to say, with the AWM.
Oh, yeah,
the
best
flick. Like, approach him, and that quick scope was just way too good.
Yeah, his flick is just amazing. It's just so efficient and very accurate that you can see that he didn't even flinch for a bit. He's not even nervous about it. But like you mentioned before, AJ, about regarding Sem9, they're sort of having fun for and not taking things seriously. But I just hope it's not too late for them when actually they have to take things seriously.
Look,
halfway through the competition. It can't get too late unless it's the last week. But even
you mean like the final day?
proved that the last week was more than enough for them to get back into the grand finals of the Challenger Series. So, and this is Sem9 that we're talking about.
Look,
this is on the recording, right? I'm gonna make sure that AJ, if that didn't happen, I'm just gonna replay this recording again just for you, okay?
Don't worry, I got the golden tongue. It'll happen. It'll happen.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I'm just praying that they don't get a group of death, right? That's the most important thing. If Sem9 get the group of death during the second half of the season, good. That's when you've got to worry. You know, it's like, oh my God, we should not have messed around. I don't think they're messing around. I think they're definitely trying things out. They just haven't had so much success with some of these strats that they've been trying to pull out. We know Sem9 are great, right? They're mechanically skilled. These guys have been around for forever. It's just we haven't seen them shine yet. Maybe they decided we don't want the spotlight. You know, we want to play in the dark a little bit. We don't want people to focus us down. You can focus us down later. But
don't get too addicted to the dark, though, honestly. I worry about that right now.
I mean, the dark is fine. Dark is fun because that means that people don't really pay attention to you and you really can do some really, really strange shenanigans over there. But we do have one more game. So we're not quite done yet. A and C still have one more round to go. So maybe this is time for Sem9 to really shine and say that, okay, we're going to really pop off during this final game. Everything has been a warm-up leading up until this point. Let's finish with a great big bang before we start the Monday blues again tomorrow, because unfortunately, the week has reset, guys. It's Sunday today.
Oh, man. And, yep, that's kind of true. But I kind of worry for teams that have to reshuffle. I'm not worried about teams up there, teams down there especially. But when it comes to the next match, we have Bermuda, right?
Yes.
So I'm not sure how things are going to work out quite right for the teams here. It's all down to how AVA drop themselves where. But for the MVP this time, it's going to be Fikri. You guys, I think like we all agree on this, right? He was so good with that sniping, just on the accuracy. I think this is the highest by far, 43.9%. Before this, we got a 43. That's it.
I think at one point we did get a 50+%.
Really?
Last week. Yes. I forgot who it was though, but I do remember 50. I was like, whoa, this is really high. But I mean, it just goes to show how accurate Fikri is. We saw him, his flick. He's ridiculously accurate. How many people can actually just go for a quick scope at such close range? Very few can do it. So Fikri, this guy...
Not us, definitely. So yeah.
Oh, I'm not the one sniping, so...
AJ, can you actually do that?
I mean, in Free Fire, it's a little bit easier, but what makes Fikri so dangerous and so accurate out there is his trigger discipline, right? He's not continuously spamming shots, but he waits for that moment. He waits for those players to start moving before he can get those heads and put it on a platter instead with his snipe. So that's one of the best aspects of Fikri. But obviously, AV Radicals will steal away the MVP spot for the squad once again. 22 points picked up in this round alone.
I feel like the production crew right now is having a very good day. They don't have to change any graphic when it comes to team MVP.
It's just the numbers.
Yeah, it's just the numbers they have to update. It's just going to be the same slide, the same graphics they play for almost the entire day today, right?
I think so, yeah. It's been mostly AV Radicals when Group C has been playing. It's pretty insane if you really think about it, how much this team has done today alone. I mean, not just today, even like the previous week, yesterday, overperforming. Like, just a fantastic team overall. But
yeah, if you look at AV Radicals, you know, in the past, you used to have like Titans like GeekFam and all of the other teams who used to perform phenomenally. And this was one of the well-performing teams. But all of the bigger squads that used to dominate have had roster changes, have had their teams dissolved, have had the total roster, you know, just overhauled and brand new players representing. But AV Radicals themselves have kept quite the solid lineup, and they've been boding and biding and waiting for their time for the longest of moments. And this is their moment, and they're shining like they truly should.
They're shining now, but do they still have that ray of sunshine when the grand final hits? I mean, I keep mentioning the grand finals, but we always have the craziness, which is like, oh, this team's not doing so well during the grand finals. Whatever shall we do?
But that happened. That happened in the past. It happens every single season of MCP Major as well, where they're just having a bit of a problem when it comes to the grand finals. But so far, the best Philippine teams are actually performing, coming out from AV Radicals, and definitely one team to watch out for. But I'm waiting for any team, any region, any state to actually have a bit of a contest. I feel like there's a bit of suspense during grand finals. So we know, like, these two teams, when they go up, everybody's super excited about it. So far, there's no team giving us such dominance, just like how AV Radicals is right now.
Yep. We're not going to see much of a standing change here, but we are going to see everyone finish up this week with 20 games played after this next game. So as you can see, guys, Group B, 20 games have been played for all the teams in Group B, but as you can see, we still have 19 for everyone else. That's Group A and C, so we are going to potentially see some shuffles amongst the teams that still have this last game remaining. But let's shift our attention over to 12th position, right? So Anxiety currently is occupying that 12th spot with 153 points. Icon are so close on their heels, and same thing can be said here for Bloody Head, right? These teams are within arm's length to potentially steal this 12th spot away from Anxiety. And let's be realistic, Anxiety have not been doing that well.
They haven't really been doing all that too well. I mean, they started off the day, Kalahari was a decent performance where they picked up, I believe, the 4th or 5th spot with 6 kills. But apart from that one showing, they have been quite, nerfed. And not just in this particular matchup, right? Throughout the whole group stage so far, they haven't really popped off all that too much. And, I'm getting anxiety looking at their positioning on the overall leaderboard. They're tethering on the edge of not really qualifying. But it's just the halfway point at the league. So, if there's any time to make those adjustments, now is going to be that time. And they've got literally like 4 more days of play in the near future to kind of get all of those adjustments done. So nothing to worry about at all. Teams that stand a chance to, I guess, get ducked down a couple of those spots are teams like Toda, because we have seen the uprising of Hard to Get. We've seen the uprising of Anxiety as well. Toda, on the other hand, surprisingly enough, isn't really trying hard.
I'm not sure if it's a case of the team not trying hard. Is it maybe also just a case of they're trying things and it's just not working out for the team? Because I can't sit here and imagine like, oh, we're not going to try. coming from Todak as well, right? Because you also have to consider like they've got a pretty big org behind them. So there's going to be someone from management that's going to be pushing them and saying like, hey guys, we need to improve something. We have to make it to that grand finals. Like clearly something's happening within the org. But we are going to...
I'm just saying, hard.
Oh goodness. We'll see if Todak can bring this back. But we're going to jump into our final game of the day for Groups A versus C. We're going to jump in 30 seconds. Choo-choo. AJ, take it away for game number 7, our last game of the day.
Thank you so much, Danny. This is my last game in this MCPS Season 4.
Potentially.
But potentially, what do you mean?
Potentially. I mean,
So
you
far,
still have the
so
grand
far.
finals.
I don't know about that, bro.
Exactly. That's why I said potentially.
This is what I know. Potentially, yes.
Yes,
But back to us aside, just to recap what you guys talked about when it comes to anxiety, right? Anxiety, one of the teams that really love to drop on the blue zone hotspot, but in this case, it's quite too fast. And Tosa don't have that much of a popularity among the players. So I have a feeling Anxiety might just going to have a bit of a go against AV. Same goes for another team here. I'm not sure Todak can actually survive against AV Radicals for now, but this is going to be proven otherwise unless... so far, we don't see there too much retaliation coming from Todak. Just a bit of nothing much to work with for most of them. Just dropped themselves here. Got a couple of arsenals to work with, weapons picked up. Whatever they can have right now is just the best option. They don't have to be peaky. Baggers don't get to be choosers right now. They just have to work with what they have. But on the side of X-Band, it's going to be really vacant. Now, back to the side of the Anxiety. They are an icon of pretty much having the same sort of strategy. Just going to have a bit of skirmishes too early on, but just having a bit of a hard time to close things up. That's why they're just 12 and 13 spot back-to-back for these two teams.
Chill has got vision on Cobra, steps on out, but Cobra has got the better gun. Oh, his head's poking out, and Cobra, that's not the kind of mistake you're allowed to make, my boy. But Roy brings Cobra and Too Fast back as quickly as they get dropped down. I tell you, Expand is focusing on their game of revivals and nothing else at the moment. But you know what? Okay, boys, start getting more points, please. Game of survival, I know you guys have got it in the bag. Perfecting it. Can't wait for week 3 or maybe even week 4. For the time being, you are losing a little bit of your control on the top 3 because one more good round from some of the teams towards the bottom here can actually replace Expand in the current spot that they are in. I mean, maybe not 1 round, but 2. Geek Fam, on the other hand, great engagements against the players of Blacklist International, and almost all of them taken out already. And they do not have medkits to work with, but they are absolutely solid in terms of going in there and committing in this fight against Blacklist.
But he's always the odd one in Blacklist. He's always going alone everywhere. He's always been the backstabber for every single team. But this time, Karma caught up to him and he's just going to be ripping what he saw. He's just going to run around the corners. I don't feel this is great ending for Fires. Look at how just this guy's swarming around him.
Nice.
So far, he's hiding himself quite well, but not for long. There you go. A clear shot there. That's it for Blacklist. Entire team out. Fires... Nice try, valiant effort. But Blacklist, who would have thought they've been not performing at all when it comes to today, specifically. But you mentioned about Expand playing the revival game, right? So they need to perfect it by today. Because they might
kind of have. We saw
they needed
22
they needed more
revives in the previous match, and I think 20 of them came from Expand alone. So they're getting that.
They need to perfect it while they're playing the survival game, the revival game. They try to get more points as well. How about both,
Ooh, one more shot.
Oh, they got it! They got it! Zach just flew down and just crashing straight on the ground, and Axel's like, yeah, a fish, and not really fishing. I'm just having a great day shooting birds flying in the skies there.
Yeah, a bird named Exact.
It's a fancy name for a bird.
That's one of the best shots we have seen at the group stage so far.
That's insane.
Shot seen so far at the group stage. Axel and Expand, they really know how to put on a show. I want to see more of this from the squad. I'm absolutely loving exactly what they're doing out there on the battlefield. And they know exactly when they can take these risks, right? You see some of these other teams and then you're wondering what in your right mind makes you think that you can take these risks? because you're losing your spot on the overall leaderboard. But Xpan, they kind of know, that Axis Esports isn't going to be able to catch up with them because they're not playing. They're in Group B. And Blacklist International, they are playing, but it's Blacklist International. They are crashing out way too many times, so that's not going to happen anytime soon.
They're already out already in this last round. By the way, I think what Xpan is actually playing, it's not really a risky game. I think that it feels like they know their limit. When they already sort of, cross over this certain limit, they will take things seriously. And right now, it's still in an experimental mode where they try and do something even furthermore, like stretch out the limits. Like, what else can we try in this match that nobody can actually expect it to be? Because I have a feeling right now they try to match up to AV Radicals in certain sort of aspect where AV Radicals are really good when it comes to gunfires blazing everywhere, when it comes to the firepower, when it comes to strategy, closing up certain deals, certain eliminations, but they have to have something extra more, which coming up from X-Men is going to be very weird or unorthodox kind of approaching towards them. So if AV Radicals cannot figure things out what X-Pan is doing, they're going to have to be left behind later. SAF, on the other hand, X-Pan is doing their thing again.
Yep, and SAF's going to get snuffed out here. And I believe, long story short with what you just said, Choo, Xpan is just expanding their list of strategies out there on the battlefield. They're just practicing whatever that can work, what's not going to work. And they're going to make sure they do a lot of what works and do very much less of what does not work later on at the grand finals. But what they do not expect is the game of RNG to interfere in their engagement against SAF as anxiety comes flying in like the angels of death. Now, they've got that high ground advantage to catch out all of these players of Xpan. The circle is going to put a lot of pressure on all of them. Yes, there's a revival point. Yes, there's a buy point there as well. But the question is, how are they going to overcome anxiety? Who manages to take Too Fast out of the equation? The rest of the team members on the side of Xpan just scurrying away, but Axel gets caught out as well. And the squad just did not anticipate this sort of a third-party vulturing. Cobra, second last survivor on the side of Xpan, runs away. X-Roy keeps them a little bit busy, so this is the opportunity for Cobra to get out.
Oh, hopefully he did actually manage to get out. Right now we're giving too much credit for Expand the side. It didn't work out quite well for them, but Roy, here comes Anxiety. Is actually the kill reader as a Cano from Anxiety just gonna pin down on Roy. There's no way out for him. The ice will be broken. For now, he's still trying to just hope and hold down to, but Roy just exposed himself. But Kanoho just having a tad bit too late to actually pin down on Roy. He whiffed it for quite a bit, but Kanoho just having a tough time to land the shots, and Roy. It's just Roy juking them over. Outsmarted them when it comes to his witness. He's just so good at this.
Roy's literally just saying, catch me if you can, but you cannot. He gets away. But if they do manage to catch him, he's got the Mag 7. And just like that, tags up Kanoho, backs away as well. Good glue wall by Kanoho to defend himself. But he has bought so much of time for Cobra. Drops Spear, can pick up a kill point on him as well. Kanoho drops by, has got the shotgun, but Roy should be...
no way!
Shuts down Kanoho. Roy finally gets taken down, but it's not by one of the players of Anxiety, but the zone instead. Kanoho executes that revenge, but he has bought so much of time for Cobra. Cobra got away at a revival point, but you better get the job done now because AV Radicals is on the way to finish you off.
Oh, that was just really a splendid performance coming out from the side of X-Roy, but unfortunately enough, they don't have enough men. Instead of 7-9 to be chasing the tails coming up from Icons, just telling them not far behind. UAV been deployed, definitely will be discovered later on around Catalyst. For now, open up the glue wall, one slowly approaching forward, one man coming up from the other end. This is going to be hamming down Sam 9. There's no way out, being choked. And just mothered by the side of Icon, one by one, taken down left. With only one man left. And Sam 9, I hate to break it, but it feels like they're losing men really fast, really quick. Just down to only one victory again to live this alone. Too much responsibility to bear, but it's very close to one more revival spawn point. It's going to be okay for now.
For the time being, but the players of Anxiety catch hold of the vision on him, and they've got that high ground advantage. So Fikri needs to play with a couple of glue walls as well as the time turner, but he knows that this is going to be impossible. Jabat comes flying towards the edge of the circle as well to see if, not if he can help out Fikri, but if he can go and, just prey on these guys as well as take over that revival point for himself, because he needs to help his buddies back into this matchup.
No.
Fikri, CQC, got Toby. Oh my goodness, Mag 7. But Mag 10 versus the Mag 7. Time turner and the Mag 10 wins. Fantastic approach. But Fikri gets taken down by the circle and got Toby picked up by Kanoho. That's the problem of playing it solo outside of the safe zone.
It's just too hard for him, too difficult. Yeah, nonetheless, nice. But coming up from the side of 7-9, we can see how much they actually fought through, but it's just not going to be enough. You don't have enough manpower and firepower on your side. On the side of Toda, I'm waiting if actually Peter are going to do something remarkable today, because I fall in love with the first performance when it comes to first 2 days. He carried so much for the entire team, but it's just being quiet for a bit coming up from the side of Toda. SAF, on the other hand, with leaving just McMurray as a solo. Again, we have so many solos here, and Zaidi just flew over to the side of AV Radicals. I'm not sure if this is good news to AV Radicals or not, because they can farm the kills here if they want to, but Anxiety definitely got one in his hands right now, but they still can go for revival. They're leaving and separating into two paths, coming out from AV Radical, working as duo, one more down, but the others can actually go for the revival here. Anxiety coming up, gun blazing here. I'm not sure how many men left coming up from the side of AV Radicals for now.
Tharamo taken out by Apis makes it only one final survivor on the side of AV Radicals. But you know exactly what happens when you're trying to, cup wine with your hands. It just slips through your fingers, and that's exactly what's happened here. Ramiel has managed to sneak away already, but there's a revival point, but he needs to get through SAF before he can get there. And he's got a buy point towards his left, a buy point towards his right, expands his glue wall alongside that time turner just to play the game of survival. But for how long will he be able to keep this up? As Yadop now pressures the guy, Apis turns around, tries to figure out exactly what's all that sound about, goes in for the shots, but Chessman shuts down Let's Go. Yadop in a lot of trouble as he barely has anything on him, just returned from that revival, and he needs to pick up a couple of guns before he can get into those big engagements. Bloody Heads, on the other hand, trying to make a lot of noise for themselves. Eastern Wolves getting caught out in the open. Voidface and Kaloy, high ground advantage, and Morgana cutting down the distance because he wants to pop them with the grenade launcher.
Oh, he can actually do a big work, open up space for the rest of the team to come and rushing in. But the thing is, he kind of exploited himself a bit prematurely and quite too early on. Didn't clip anyways. This is really tough for Morgana. Now, this is not what he expected it to be, but it's going to be fine for the moment. Morgana waiting for the rest of the team of Bloody Head to actually reunite with him in moving in unison later on how to charge towards the side of EWG. And EWG showing no signs of backing off either. They want to take up a challenge here. Come on and fight us. We don't care. And coming up from the flank side to just going to push forward. Man will actually respond to the side of Anxiety. Chasman shooting out from the flank side. Now, this is going to be a bit out in the open for the side of Icon. Not really well. No structures in between except for a couple of vegetations. But Anxiety, SAF, Hawkeye in between. Yadobi's on the side. AV1 in the center. AV, did they manage to revive the entire team yet or not? I think there's only one left there in the center.
Yeah, I believe that is the case. Bloody Heads, they see Manchai's scope, and Manchai manages to slay them where they stand. Icon, on the other hand, 9 kills so far. Icon looks like they are on fire. Headdrop just hitting the spot right in front of Kanoho. That can be used as a little bit of a barricade. Icon, on the other hand, has nothing to cover them except all of their glue walls, expanding it one after the other. Be one with Mother Nature. Use those trees instead, Icon, because you're wasting out all of your resources a little bit too early. Hakimi manages to shut down 2 more players from the side of Bloody Head. Yasta takes the final one. Geek Fem's on fire. Anxiety on the other end. You have got 7 more players out there on the battlefield, and this circle's just way too small. The next one for all of them to squeeze in. So we can expect the herd to be thinned down a little bit more in the next few seconds.
Now, for those actually having some sort of elevations, Icons definitely heard our shots just now. They're using the trees at the current being. Same goes for the stones and the rock. For now, for EWG, he just waiting on top of that box at the crate too long. He was staring at the crate. He should realize, come up from the flank side, Icons been gun blazing, just moving forward. Wine Spot out the rare side. One spot him out. It's going to be really bad news for Wine. He got nowhere else to go, but still inside of the circle on top of Plantation right now. But Wine, how can he actually just approach this one? He needs to get away. All he needs to think about right now is the survival. He needs to just stay alive for the next couple of seconds while Gig Fam taking the advantage toward the side of Icons. And one by one being chipped down from a long range shot here from far way across downtown. He left on the side of Icon. Can see this one coming for Icons, but definitely they have one more player from the back line taking a bit of a zone right now. For Wine, on the other hand, this is a bit of a bold move, even though he's solo player all along.
Yep. And Hawkeye manages to knock down Wine and still alive. Anxiety on the other hand. Circle leaves them high and dry. Kanoho losing his life. Bandages himself right back up. Glue wall goes down. Kanoho moves back out of the lobby alongside his team members as well. It's the Circle that eats him up. Geek Fam now, one of the final two teams. It's Geek Fam versus Toda. I like exactly how this final circle is playing out too. And Geek Fam obviously the better ones in terms of domination. They take the lower ground. Smart play in the open battlefield. They take the slight elevation off of the ground to peek out, take those shots, but it's a little bit easier for Toda to secure those headshots as well, Chuchu.
But I have a feeling I do prefer on the side of Gig Fam's defense at this point because of the slope, because of the terrain. They can actually just move freely because Toda have not got a clue about where they might move later on the side of Toda. It's a flat plane the moment they step out of the compound, and that's just it. This is Gig Fam. They still have a couple of blue walls. Chills, no one notices it coming off from the flank side. This is so crucial coming from Toda. If Chill can just take away all Gig Fam's position, and that's just it. Feels like it. Chill will be the bane coming up from the side of Gig Fam. This is what they need. That angle works wonders for the side of Toda. All they need is just closing up. Zach is too far off behind. Same goes for Pedro. Gig Fam losing more men. One being chipped down, but it's not going to be enough yet to be close enough by the blue. It's going to be the shrinking down to the zone. Chill. Hakimi is down. One last person. Toda, get the booyah. Anyway, what a nice ending. My God, they are back in the game for Toda with their flashy Shadow Todd Hitman skin. Man, oh man, what an ending.
They got the water buff, right? Geek Fam playing beside the shore there. And you gotta be careful because the way Toda pounces out of those waters to take you down with their sharp little snouts, just a little bit uncontrollable, man. Toda, fantastic performance this time round. Team is slowly starting to wake up in the competition. They were in the 10th spot earlier on, but with this fantastic victory, they do not catch up with Geek Fam, but instead they catch up with the team Pando EWG because Geek Fam themselves are going to be climbing up a couple of spots. In fact, they are going to be replacing SAF in that 6th spot if my calculations are correct, and they will now be just behind Blacklist International. Phenomenal performance from both of these teams out there on the battlefield.
Well, you know how we were saying before this show, right? Or at least before this game, how Todak, maybe they're just messing around, they're just playing around. I think this is a great way to end the week for them, right? They prove that they are still a team you need to watch out for. They have the firepower. They are a very capable team. It's just, it took a while to get here, and I'm so glad they finally did make it through. Oh God, Todak fans are probably thinking like, yes, the boys are awake.
I'm sorry, just now you guys are like giving a lot of praises to the side of Toda, and that's the moment where Zach flew across the sky and just being shot down straight away. You remember that? The bad shot coming out, AJ, when Zach was flying. It's become the fallen bird when he's launching himself. But that's just, you know what, Toda? I have to give for my MVP this time. It's going to be Chill, you know. If it's not because of Chill, he didn't actually find the angle to shoot where Gig Fam from, and you can see through straight from the bridge as well. If that is not because of Chill, Toda might actually lose that round of Weir just now because it's so hard for Chill to go unnoticed is one thing. Gig Fam, they got the terrain just now. It's just so hard for Todak to see how their movement come out from Gig Fam as well.
Yeah. I mean, your opponent plays a strategy. You got to figure out a counter strategy. You don't just sit down in the open fields like a sitting duck. So the counter strategy from Todak was just split off into 2 buddy systems, 2-2. One goes on for the left-hand side flank. One plays the distraction. But I really like the response from Geek Fam as well, right? Using the grenades instead of the gunshots. And it managed to down one player. And while the players of Todak was picking up the other, once again, Chill was the damage dealer. Continuous suppressive fire to make Geek Fam move away from the initial defensive spot. And I feel like that flank was, a thing of perfection in that final circle. Although Geek Fam was already dominating in terms of those kills, Todak outsmarted them and took over the more powerful position in that final circle and took the fight up to Geek Fam in the most fantastic way. I think it could have come a little bit closer if Geek Fam had more resources on their side. I think they kind of ran out of those glue walls, so not much of the defense to play with at the cliff edge as well.
Yeah, that was actually something I was looking at because especially when it came down to the final 2 teams, right? Geek Fam was so huddled up together behind those blue walls. And the first thing I did was, do they have no glue walls left? And they were sitting on donuts. Yeah. Everybody. So they were hoping that those glue walls are going to be enough. But Todak, with the superior resources, they had more room to work with. And it did go in their favor. So unfortunate for Geek Fam, sometimes it really also does come down to economy. Do you have the resources to go into that late game? It's not just mechanical skill. If you have grenades, glue walls, it just makes it so much easier going into those fights. I mean, it's understandable why they lost those resources because they were on fire. This round, Geek Fam truly popped off. They wanted to make a statement that they are on the way right back up to the top, and they were playing it in that style, right? Getting into a lot of those engagements will deplete your resources, and by the time you get to the final circle, Todak kind of like equaled the grounds against them. So overall, on that final points, when we do peek at it, I think these 2 teams are going to be very similar to each other. The kills that the players of Geek Fam had already gotten slightly more than Todak should kind of keep the points close together, although that the Booyah was secured by Todak. But Geek Fam now, this is 2 rounds back-to-back that they've actually performed phenomenally well.
I agree. And still, they're looking down on Sam 9. Sam 9 is literally I gotta get to use that line again. I'm like, there's no way. Whatever happens to Geek Fam, whatever. Right now, the players they are at, this is the best lineup that I'm looking over for the start of Geek Fam, okay? At the same time, Geek Fam, I think they got the most eliminations, the most kills just now. That's why they got not much resources to work with. Now, bring back to the topic where we mentioned earlier, like this past 2 days, they should actually consider about saving a bit of resources for the last fight, if that happens, just in case.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be a case of like weighing the pros and cons. Yeah. Do we need to use this now and do we need to use it later? It's always going to be a tough balancing act. But for the teams that have played today, they can now rest easy. They are done for this week. They will return next week. But with the added bonus, surprise, whatever you want to call it, of finding out what their new groups are going to be. And I'm genuinely curious because we haven't also been told what the new groups are. I want to know who's playing with who's stuck with who, and who is going to be ultimately the winners and losers of their group. But before we have that discussion on who maybe is going to be a winner or loser, we're going to award the MVP here to Man from Icon. Now, do we agree with this MVP? Because I feel like, I had a feeling that Tutu and AJ, you guys might have someone else in mind. Who would you nominate for the MVP for the round?
Todak Chill, that's it.
AJ, anyone you want to nominate?
I mean, it was a good move by Chill, but I don't think any of those plays kind of stood out. So I'll agree with the man on the MVP stat because hitting 43% accuracy with 6 kills, 3k damage is actually very impressive.
That's quite a number.
It's very impressive. So I'll take this one. Production.
for me, the Chill is because of the Booyah. That's it. It's nothing more flashier than that. It was a really bold move for me from behind just to push forward. But for Man, I have a feeling that he's been performing the entire game just now. That's why he got himself that MVP.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. MVP for the round, it's going to go to Geek Fam. I think this one's a no-brainer, right? These guys went absolutely ham with the kills. 14. This is very reminiscent of AB Radicals, but I am glad that AB kind of got broken up earlier on because they got to spread these kills around. Geek Fam going to be the ones to snap those up. 7,000 damage spread across the entire team as well. And they managed to take home 23 points. Now, off the top of our heads, do we know how many kills Todak got? Because we also need to calculate who got first place.
And that's why Man's MVP is actually very impressive, right? Because this is the whole squad getting 7k damage. Man on his own got 6k damage.
Yeah.
3k damage. Yeah. So
6k, really?
6k.
of that damage in comparison to what Geek Fam as a squad could do. So very surprisingly impressive from Man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
it's like Man is like half of Geek Fam right now.
Yeah, and then
literally.
Solo. Yeah.
Yeah, as a solo, he's 2 men of Geek Fam right now.
He's half a team.
Yeah, literally.
All right, I think most importantly, we do want to take a look at the standings for this game that just concluded. And Geek Fam, they stay ahead by a single point. Todak were just a single point away from tying with Geek Fam for that first place, which if you're Todak, it's fine too. 22 points for the round. They've got to be so proud of themselves, as this is going to be a nice high to end the week with. Icon is going to be in third place here with 19 points, tied with Anxiety. This one was a bit of a surprise as well, because Icon, Anxiety, SAF, these are teams that you don't normally see up here anymore.
The surprising thing is, AV Radicals, I don't mind if they don't get any rank points, but the total kill is actually 0 this time. Oh, wait, what? Not even
Look,
one?
this is a team that goes one way or the other, okay? They get a whole bunch of kills, or they just get nothing at all. We've seen it a couple of times already.
This is just too far. Like, I was expecting at least 1 elimination or 1 kills. If you compare even with Expand, still got 3 eliminations. Yeah, even though they got a play of Revival the entire game, AJ. Come on.
Yeah.
They played Revival game, they still got kills of 3. But for AV Radicals, they have been gunning down a lot of MVPs today. They've been quiet for the last match. Are you kidding me?
I'm not too hard on teams like this because they've done enough to make leeway for mistakes like this, right? They've done enough in the earlier part of the competition to kind of drop the ball a little bit sometimes. So it's not going to hurt AB Radicals and Expand overall. And, you know, looking at the overall leaderboard kind of proves that, right? AB maintains the #1 spot, Expand still holds on to the 3rd place. But the problem here is the other teams are creeping up, especially someone named Geek Fam, who wants their #1 spot back.
They want the #1 spot back, but maybe they're going to aim for that 4th spot, right? Because that's the closest team to Geek Fam at this point in time. I'd love to see them make that climb, though. We've got 2 more weeks of play days. It's very possible for Geek Fam to make that climb and maybe take that #1 spot. It's a reach.
Yeah. What I worry most is about Sem9 actually, because right now, earlier today, we got Sem9 in the top 9 or just back-to-back with Geek Fam early on. And the Zyte Icons were actually at 12 and 13 place before we start the last round just now. But look where they're at right now. Sem9 is just barely making it. It's just 3 points shy between hard to get. It's really close. If you compare with Bloody Head and No Escape Revolt, they can actually just overtake this anytime soon.
Sem9 played 4 matches and took 18 points from 4 games. So, yeah, some tough conversations on standby for the boys, I'm extremely sure. But today, AB Radicals, as usual, were the ones that put out the most amount of firepower out there, right? 88 points from the 8 games. An average of 22 points per match is mind-blowing, guys.
I mean, that's including the round that they technically bombed out, right? The 5-point round. Oh, my goodness. But, man, this was a fantastic week for these teams and us as well. We got to see, again, domination for Group C. But things are going to change next week, because not only are we going to be having a new person join the panel, but we're also looking at a massive shuffle, right? We know that everyone's basically clumped into this Group C. I want to see everyone split up. I want to see who's going to be paired with who. I think, who would we want to see have an easier group? Because I think there's a lot of teams right now that are currently being punished by being in their groups.
I think how I want to see the grouping done, obviously Garina's going to be like, no, Mustachio, we're not going to do that, is the first 6 teams in Group A, the second part of the 6 teams in Group B, and the bottom 6 in Group C. So when it comes to Group B and Group C, there's going to be a high probability that some of the teams in Group C are going to be able to perform well because you've got all of the top dogs out of the equation already. Although that's not exactly how it will happen, I'm very sure, but we might see something similar because of the competitions of the past. After the shuffle, we usually see the Titans thrown together in the same group just to kind of equalize the playing field out there in the battlefield, and that's exactly what I'm looking forward to.
All right, thank you so much, AJ. We're going to close out the show in just a second, but Choo Choo, I want to know how have you felt being on the panel? It was so much fun having you. I know AJ loved having you.
I love you guys too. It has been fun, and I think it's really a fast game. But I started to get really sort of in love with Free Fire right now. Especially, I have my personal favorite, which is going to be Pedro coming up from Toad because he was heavy lifting the week number 1, but he's nowhere to be seen week number 2. It's also just incredible. Thank you so much. From you guys that actually been helping me so much, Danny and also AJ. You guys have been awesome.
Thank you so much, Choo Choo. Hopefully we see you again in the future to do some more Free Fire. And also thank you, AJ. To our viewers at home, thank you for tuning in to week 2. Week 3 is going to be amazing as we have that roster shuffle. But for now, we'll see you later.